Welcome in, folks. This is the 512th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us on this beautiful afternoon/evening, depending on your time zone, thank you for being here, and I appreciate you so much for giving us some of the very valuable time out of your day. Thank you for tuning in. Folks, if this is your first time joining, well, you're in for a treat. Make sure to buckle up and prepare, because these live streams really are like a box of chocolates. You never really know exactly what you're gonna get. Sometimes we have good, genuine, productive discourse with people that we disagree with, since we debate people for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. Other days, we talk to some of the most insidious, crazy people ever. I will warn you guys, it is a Saturday. Usually we get some crazies out on Saturday. But anyways, my thoughts is that Donald Trump is the very worst president of your life, regardless if you're 818 or 80. That's an undeniable fact. Now, that is reflected within the polls. Today, Donald Trump has the lowest approval rating out of any president in history at this point in their term, but somehow there's still millions of Americans that still support him. Before we try to get that very first Trump supporter loaded up into the live stream to have a conversation with us, I'd like to go over the breaking news. Portland Tidwell, appreciate you for the galaxy. Donald Trump has made a major concession in his agenda. So we've known Donald Trump for maybe about 2 years now is big on the tariffs. He wants to impose tariffs on every other country in the world to use them to strengthen American producers. Now, these tariffs have continued to backfire right in his goddamn face, shaking up the investment market for manufacturers, helping to cause the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years. That's what we saw last year, and many other things too, like increasing consumer prices. Lucky Draw 5, thank you for the galaxy. And one of the biggest price hikes that we have seen caused by his tariffs is in meat, specifically beef. I'm sure that if you are an adult and you buy your own groceries, you will have seen the major increases in the price of beef over the course of the last year and a half. Well, today, Donald Trump has made an announcement. He's temporarily backing down from his tariffs on beef because he recognizes that they're inflating the cost of it. He is allowing 300,000 metric tons of tariff-free beef to be imported into America in a bid to cut prices. Now, what this is admitting to is pretty wild. The first thing it's Trump admitting to is the fact that his tariffs are increasing the price of consumer goods. And the second thing it's admitting to is like, yeah, well, duh, these tariffs aren't sustainable. Okay, we need to engage in the globalization of commerce in order to stay afloat, in order to keep prices low for consumers, in order to keep the economy moving along, and to ensure that the average American has what they need to live without having to, live paycheck to paycheck, which unfortunately the average American has been living like that for a while. So that's a very interesting concession. It's a very interesting concession that we're seeing from Trump. Now, without further ado, folks, we're going to go and hop into those debates. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure that you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Sorry, if you're watching on TikTok, make sure that you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Before you hop inside of the guest requests, just make sure that you are please following the rules of the live stream. Make sure that you are please following the rules of the live stream. If you are watching on TikTok and you're considering requesting up to join and you want to know what the rules are, they're literally in the middle of your phone screen. So just, open your eyes, take a look. They're right there. The audio you heard was an ad on my YouTube stream while I was loading it up. Let's go ahead and at this moment in time, get that very first guest up here. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, I'd appreciate it so much if you guys would follow the rules. Welcome in, everybody. It's really good to see you all. It's really good to see you all. Let's go to get the very first guest connected. Once again, if you happen to be one of the very first 15,000 people tuning in on TikTok, hit that little share button at the bottom right-hand corner of that phone screen. And also make sure that you are double tapping away in that phone screen as well. Ava, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you.
Man, you guys. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Ollie Diop inside of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, I'd appreciate it so much if you guys could please follow the rules. Folks, I'm tired. Oh my goodness, I'm so tired. Okay, that's two bands in a row while we move on to the next guest. For everybody joining us today, thank you for being here. I do apologize for all these trolls. Usually at the beginning of the live stream, we always do have quite a few trolls. Welcome in. Says, that's going to be 3 trolls. So only hop inside of that queue if you're an American adult that is here for debate. Quite frankly, only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. All right. By the way, if you want to support me, specifically the security of me and my girlfriend, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. The handles are also always in the pin message on the YouTube stream and at the top of the phone screen on TikTok. If you use a handle compared to the link, make sure that you quadruple check that spelling, because if you get even one letter wrong, you will be sending it to a fake account. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. Pretty much all of the donations today, yesterday, and for the foreseeable future will be going directly into the safety of me and my family due to a plethora of security threats that we've been facing due to what has transpired over the course of the last week. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only drop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. We got a couple people loading up in here looking for the first guest queue. Thank you so much for the pillow fight. That's very kind of you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Zorro?
Yes, I do.
How old are you, Zorro?
18.
What year were you born in, Zorro?
2007.
And why do you support Trump?
Because of his abortion policies.
Okay, so you want there to be more abortions?
No.
Okay, well, that's what his abortion policy has caused. Now, I disagree with his abortion policy because it has greatly restricted access to abortion, and that's what I care about because I'm pro-choice. But we actually saw a 30-year decline in the level of abortions in America since around the 1990s. But as soon as Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, we saw the first annual increases in the numbers of abortions since. So, it's being speculated that the reason why him overturning Roe v. Wade and allowing states to legislate on abortion cause more abortions is because many states have implemented bans at like 8 or 10 weeks gestation. But a lot of women figure out that they're pregnant at like 6 or 7 weeks. Okay? So they have like a month to decide if they want an abortion or not, compared to like 5 months to decide if they want an abortion or not, which is leading many more women to get abortions. So if you don't support more abortions, you in fact do not support Donald Trump's approach to abortion regulation.
All right, well, maybe I think that abortion should be never allowed, no matter the weeks in progression.
Okay, well, that's a very interesting belief of yours. But once again, we're talking about how that belief relates to the Trump administration. And it doesn't seem like it does, because his policy has failed in your eyes. His policy has directly led to more baby murder per your perspective. How could you possibly justify supporting this president?
Are you willing to debate me on why abortion should be illegal no matter the weeks in progression?
Are you completely just going to ignore everything I just said?
Yeah.
Why? Is it because you're scared of admitting that you shouldn't support this guy? Yeah, like, listen, on abortion, here's my big point. On abortion, no one should support Trump. If you're pro-choice, you shouldn't support Trump's abortion policy, of course, because it's like restricted 66 million American women and girls access to abortion. If you're pro-life, you shouldn't support Donald Trump's abortion policy because it's led to more abortion. It's incredible. Everyone should hate it. So why would this be the policy that you are using to justify your support in Trump?
Well, even if it caused more because they made the decision or with the 10 weeks, I think it shouldn't be allowed no matter what, but...
Oh, thank you for the galaxy. Okay, I understand that you think it shouldn't be allowed no matter what. Now, when are you going to respond to the point? Would you ever support a president whose policy directly caused more baby murder? Oh, thank you for all the galaxies. Answer the question. Charles, thank you for the meteor shower. Would you ever support a president whose policy directly caused more baby murder?
Well, this is kind of like either answer is like, if I
answer the question.
No.
Okay. Has Donald Trump's policy caused more baby murder?
Maybe.
Okay. So this means that you shouldn't support Trump as president, correct?
Maybe.
Okay. Thank you. That's the first debate of the night. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'm sure that we'd all really appreciate it so very much if you would only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate, everybody. Appreciate you for all the galaxies on TikTok. And once again, for everybody who's tuning in on TikTok and on YouTube, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. It's good to see you all. Huge shout out to, let's see here, Sarah. Thank you for the $20 donation over on YouTube Super Chat who says, OMG, I love your hair today, Dean. Thank you for the love, Sarah. Let's get 200 Sarah W's. Yeah, no, I gave myself a little bit of a blowout today. How's it looking? I think it looks pretty fire. Appreciate you for the $20. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Ricolo loading up. I'd also like to give a big shout out to Finn, F-E-N-N with the $10 who says, Dean, your views on abortion explained to my dad got him to change his stance a while ago. That said, here's some money towards the security fund. You're a good dude and you don't deserve this bullshit. I appreciate you for the love, Finn. That's very kind of you. Like I said at the beginning of the live stream, practically all the donations from yesterday, today, and for the foreseeable future will be going directly into the security and safety of me, my girlfriend, and our little kitty. We've had a lot of really bad threats to our safety and lives. And the only way to respond, unless I just completely go off the grid, is to spend a lot of money on different security means. So, yeah. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Nick and Ricolo loading in. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Thank you so much, Ellis, for the galaxy. That's very kind of you. Let's go to get the next guest, Danny, up here. Good to see you all. Very good to see you all. Romulus over on TikTok says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Romulus. Welcome in, Danny. Do you support Trump? Wait, you're like 5. We're going to go to Banyan and move on to the next guest. Quite frankly. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. Welcome in, Toby. Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean Withers. I have a question.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
I do, with some of his policies.
Being mothered.
Why are you being so
that
freaky?
That last guess was trouble. Okay. So, let me ask.
Let's go to get the next guest, Harrison, loading up inside of the queue. We're looking for the next guest. I guess we were already one Trump supporter down for the afternoon, but we kind of gagged him pretty quick. Thank you, the Stargirl21 for the galaxy. That's very kind of you. Welcome in, Harrison. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
Oh, really? What month?
February 20th.
That wouldn't make you 18. That'd make you 19.
No. No.
It would.
It
would make you 19.
That was my bad then.
It would make him 18. He was right. I just had a feeling that he was lying, and I wanted to put the pedal to the metal. Okay, we gaslit the fuck out of that guy. And it worked. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. My camera exposure is a little bit high today, much higher than usual. Welcome in.
Did you debate my dad?
Yeah, you got him with you. You got him with you?
I do. Give me 1 minute.
Okay, throw him on. In the meantime, folks, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out that live with a handful of friends. We're going to go to put the text up on the screen. Debating his dad. I hope he actually has a dad for me to debate. I guess after saying that kind of came out wrong. What I mean is that we've had a lot of people trolling.
Yo, Dean, that's fucked up, man.
Dude, that's not what I was trying to say.
Dude, what the fuck,
We've had
bro?
a lot of people trolling and claiming that they had a parent that they wanted me to debate, but then they didn't actually have a parent for me to debate. It just came out wrong.
Just because I have family that supports Trump.
That's not. No.
That
That's
means
not.
I don't have a dad.
No. Listen to me. That's not what I was trying. I understand how it came off that
I've
way.
been through a lot in my life, and you're just gonna say that,
dude.
You know what? No, man. I'm gonna go take a bubble bath. I'm gonna go take a bubble bath with my dog.
It's just a kid trolling.
Have a good day.
Get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen. That's not what I was trying to say. I was not trying to say I hope he has a dad for us to debate in the sense I hope he has a dad. No, in the sense that I hope he's telling the truth in the sense that his parent actually wants to debate me, in the sense that he's not trolling. I need to work on my wording a little bit better. That's fine. Welcome in, Chandler. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, Chandler, welcome in. How old are you?
26.
Okay, and why do you support Trump, Chandler?
I just think he supports the fundamentals of our country.
What are those fundamentals, Chandler?
Land of the free. We're all free here.
And
We're
why do you
here
think
to help
he
each other out
supports?
and do a great thing.
And why do you think that he supports fundamental values like freedom? What makes you think that he supports freedom?
I think he has the best idea out of the candidates we were given to get us back to where we were, to where we are now with all the more. Sorry, I'm trying to find my wording so I word it correctly.
I'm just basically asking you for the clear evidence to support the claim that Donald Trump supports freedom.
I mean, if he didn't support freedom, we'd be living in a much different country right now.
Okay, I mean, I think that that's a very vague claim. I don't think that that really gives me any evidence to support your first claim, which was that Donald Trump supports freedom. Listen, I could give you some evidence that he doesn't. Okay, ICE agents brutally murdered. Yeah, sure. ICE agents brutally murdered Renee Good and Alex Preddy, and he just fully endorsed their murder. And in response, actually blocked the federal government and had the FBI block state governments from investigating those acts of murder. That's not pro-freedom. He called for the execution of Democrats in Congress because they told members of the military to uphold the law. That's not pro-freedom. He got the chairman of the FCC, Brendan Carr, to threaten ABC and Disney to pull their media licenses if they didn't cancel and kick Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert off air. That's not pro-freedom. He broke the First Amendment and attempted to illegally ban the burning of the American flag, even though that's protected under symbolic speech. That's not pro-freedom. He said that it should be illegal to criticize him in the media. That's not pro-freedom. He also broke the First Amendment when he got media organizations to agree to an unconstitutional agreement to give the government oversight and control of their reporting from the Pentagon. That's not pro-freedom. He's pro-Palantir and mass surveillance. That's not pro-freedom. He was pro the illegal deportation of hundreds of undocumented immigrants to get tortured and seek out overseas.
If you don't
That's not
mind me
pro-freedom.
cutting you off real quick.
I just have one more thing to say. And of course, we also have the legal immigrants that have been illegally detained because of their advocacy for Palestine under the Trump administration. That is also not pro-freedom.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I don't support everything he does, but I support Trump as our president. I hope he succeeds, just as I'm not a Biden supporter, but I supported Biden in his presidency because he is a leader. Trump is a leader. I want them to do good. I don't want him to fail, because if he fails, we fail, right?
Okay. Yeah, when I say that I don't support Trump as president, I'm not saying that I want him to fail. I'm saying that he is failing, and that's just a descriptive fact. Second of all, you seem to be completely shifting the aims and the scope of the debate. You made a claim. You told me that you support Trump as president because he's pro-freedom. I asked you to give us the support for the claim that he's pro-freedom. You couldn't provide support for that claim, and then I gave you about 10 different examples to demonstrate that the opposite is true, in the sense that what is true is actually that Trump is anti-freedom.
I see what you're saying. So I think one of the ways Trump is trying to, I support him because he supports freedom, is because I think he's trying to make America more free. Right now, all the other things that you listed aren't cool. Don't support that, right? But I think the freer our country is from the rest of the world, the better we can take care of our people. The better we can take care of our people, the better we can then help other countries help themselves. But that all starts with us getting our problems done. Everyone can complain. We all can complain about things, but unless we have a solution and a way to act on this solution together as one people, it doesn't matter if you're red, blue, black, white, green, purple, we all need to be one. And I think that there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that's happening, right? That the stuff you just mentioned, other things, mass surveillance, right? That sucks. But I think if we all come together, we could help that. And I think Trump is trying to get in that direction.
One second.
You're cool. Yeah, I definitely feel like I could be more knowledgeable on that, but...
Okay. All right, here's what we're going to do. My problem with you is that you made the claim that Donald Trump is pro-freedom, and that's why you support Trump. I asked you for the supporting evidence. You couldn't give any. Then I gave you around 10 different data points that would demonstrate that he's actually anti-freedom. And then you responded by saying, well, I think that he's pro-freedom because he's fighting for the freedom of the USA. So that's actually not evidence for the claim. That's just you repeating and repackaging the claim using different words. So what I just wrote down on my whiteboard is kind of your claim insofar as our debate up until this point. You're making the claim that Trump is pro-freedom. You're saying that you know that Donald Trump is pro-freedom because he's fighting for the freedom of the USA. So now what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you enumerate and articulate specific data points of evidence to justify the claim that it's true Donald Trump is fighting for the freedom of the USA. What is your evidence, sir?
I'm going to be completely honest with you, right? I don't have any. I'd have to look up. Just like you've done extensive research. I'd have to look up things to give you exact data points. I don't have the numbers, don't have the statistics or the laws in my head right now. I don't follow the news. I try to stay away from it. I don't like drama. I'm just having a conversation with you of things that I've observed, right? Just like some of the things you mentioned, I just learned. I didn't know all those, every single one you mentioned. So that's like, I'm not trying to do the... You know what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah, listen, let's just break this down then. Here's why you should change your mind. So you support Donald Trump because you think he's pro-freedom, and you think he's pro-freedom because you think that he fights for the USA, and then you think that he fights for the USA because you'd have to look things up to get exact data and you don't follow the news. Okay, well, let's see what my counterclaim is. Let's see if it's a little bit, stronger. My counterclaim is that Donald Trump is not pro-freedom because Donald Trump does not fight for the freedom of the USA, and my specific evidence would be the fact that he called for the termination of the Constitution. My specific evidence would be the fact that him and his supporters try to overturn a free and fair election of the 2020 election. My evidence would be the fact that he's infringed on 7 of our amendments in the last year and a half, or threatened to infringe on 7 of our amendments in the last year and a half, including the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment. My evidence would also include everything that I laid out earlier about him endorsing the murder of citizens, about him endorsing the execution and calling for the execution of our representatives, about him illegally deporting people to literally get brutalized and tortured overseas, and about him saying that it should literally be illegal to criticize him in the media. Clearly, okay, I'm making a claim with evidence, and you're making a claim without evidence. Okay? We need to be reasonable. We need to be reasonable people. We need to base our belief on evidence. Okay?
Yeah.
I've given evidence
I see what you're saying.
for the claim that Donald Trump is not pro-freedom. You've given no evidence for the claim that Donald Trump is pro-freedom.
Yes,
where do we go from
something
here?
I could do more extensive research into. Yeah, you're prepared for this. I was scrolling on TikTok and you popped up, and I was interested to speak to you and see your points of view on that. But I as someone who isn't in depth, I know there's a lot of Americans out there that aren't as knowledgeable as you are on either side, right? I'm sure you know statistics on why he has done things that have benefited the country, right? Or benefited freedom.
Yeah. Do you think that this makes you question your belief at all? The fact that you weren't able to give any evidence for it, and I was able to give you a lot of evidence against it?
I think you put me on the spot where I definitely need to be more knowledgeable. Yeah, I do. I think I need to do some research, and I appreciate you for kind of putting me on the spot there. But I hope you do see where I'm coming from as someone who isn't as knowledgeable as how it looks from my point of view.
Well, I mean, I try to ask you why you think it looks this way from your point of view, and you didn't tell me anything. So I actually really don't see it from your perspective. But I appreciate you for coming up. I appreciate you for being honest, and I really do hope that you go and do that research, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate you.
You take care. You take care. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only a drop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Folks, we are only 25 minutes into the debate, and we're into the debates, and we have already talked to and hopefully change the minds of 2 people. So that's really exciting. I like that. Calypso, thank you for the galaxy. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Lyra, hello? Okay, that looks like that's a kid. Over on YouTube Super Chat, Call, appreciate you with the 50 Canadian dollars. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Call. Let's get 500 Call W's down below in that comment section. That is very, very, very kind of you. Thank you so much for that love and support. Do show some love to Call down below while we're looking for the next guest, everyone. Call with the 50 Canadian dollars says, hello, D, and I hope that things become better for you later down the line. You have the support of us fans, and we'll always have your back. I hope this money could go towards your legal or security fund. I appreciate you so much for the love, Call. That will be going towards the security fund. Basically, all of the donations for this foreseeable future will be. We are making major investments in the security of me, my girlfriend, and my cat with the threats that we've been facing to our lives. I appreciate everyone so much for supporting us in doing so. We've already kicked the ball off, and we've already made a lot of really important decisions, and there's even more to come. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Hello.
Yes, I do. I really want you to debate my dad.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 17 years old, but I want you to debate my dad.
Yeah, if you put your dad on, I'll talk to him.
But before, can I start saying? I met Dean on the way to Chicago.
Okay.
Where Dean was all alone.
Go ahead and ban her. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Dude, listen, I see people in the chat falling for the rage bait of some random idiot. I think their name like starts with a D. They've just been claiming for like the last 5 days. They've been watching for 5 days straight, and they always say Dean is losing, guest is winning. Like literally whenever I have anybody connected to the live stream, no matter what, even if they like admit defeat, just ignore them, brother. Rage man. And they know it too. They're doing it for fun. Welcome in Fortune Homes LLC. Do you support Trump?
I do. I was born January 14th, 2008.
Buddy, what's that profile picture?
Don't ask. It's Flamingo.
Who's that?
It's a YouTuber.
Okay. Clancy, thank you for the galaxy. That's very kind of you. Yeah, listen, before I pass you that mic to tell us how the hell you still support Trump, I'm going to quickly thank a couple people. Huge shout out to Nicole for the $14 dono over on PayPal. He says, hey, Dean, love watching your lives, and luckily I have the day off, so I get to tune in from the beginning. Hopefully MAGA could bring some legitimate arguments today. Have a great weekend. You too, Nicole. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the $14 dono. I appreciate you. Same thing to Nick. Thank you for the $5. Stacy, thank you for the $5. Jeremy, thank you for the $5. And Kim, thank you for the $5 for the security fund. I appreciate y'all. Nina, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. Says wishing you and your family the best. Well, thank you so much, Nina. That is very kind of you. Please do show some love to Nina down below. Thank you. Same thing to Jonathan Kieran. Thank you guys for the $5. And Miss Mary, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. Says for the GF for being brave enough to stand by your side despite the threats. Yay, girlfriend. Oh, I mean, she's just wonderful. I love her. Thank you so much for the $25. That's very kind of you, Mary. Let's go to also thank a couple people quickly over on PayPal before we pass the mic to this guest. Thank you, Carly, for the $15, who says, I wanted to send you something to let you know just how much of a positive impact you are. As a woman and a victim of childhood rape, you speaking out has helped me much more than you know. Well, Carly, first and foremost, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. And second of all, I'm so happy that what we do is able to help you out. Show some love to Carly down below. That is awesome. Same thing to you, Violet. Thank you so much for the $25, who says, love you do, stay safe. Thank you, Violet, and happy early birthday. Show some love to Violet down below. Same thing to Joy. Thank you for the $20, who says, been watching and hoping that things will get better soon throughout this whole mess. It sucks that people are what people are doing and threatening you and your girlfriend's safety. Well, I appreciate you for the love, Joy. I think we're on like the tail end of this mess. We're on our way out. I appreciate you for the $20. Same thing to you, Portland. This is the last donation for now. Thank you for the $20 as well, who says, I'm a pre-K teacher in Miss United USA. Thank you for your advocacy and dedication to women's rights. Well, listen, it is the dedication to the bare minimum, to common sense, and to the future that is inclusive and fostering a flourishment for all. I appreciate you for the love. Why don't you go ahead and take it away, Fortune? Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Okay, so first off, I just want to start out. I'm so sorry for what you're going through. You look tired, man. Like, you really do.
I'm fucking tired.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I'm absolutely.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't support Trump. I just want to tell you we love you, and that's all.
Hey, well, I appreciate you, man. You have a good rest of your day. I will ask you guys, please only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd appreciate it so much if we could try to do our best to follow those rules, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. This person's name is Bram. Here we go. Welcome in, everyone. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Right now, folks. Who do we got? Quite frankly, who do we got? We got a couple people loading up into the stream. We got Bram and Ava. We'll also throw Danny in there just for good measure. All right, who we got connected? I hear somebody.
I'm Charlie Kirk in hell right now. Love
Who
you,
is that? Is that Bram? That might have been Bram. Okay. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. If you want to know what the rules are, they're pretty simple. You just have to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Good easy all today, by the way. Thank you for being here. Quite frankly. Welcome in, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Rylan? Oh, Rylan left. That's fine. We're going to move on to the next guest, Bentley Brooks. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, but I have a debate nobody's debated you on yet.
How old
And
are
I
you?
think 18, October 11, 2007.
Okay.
I think I have something nobody's debated you on yet, and I'm an enthusiast in this topic, and
How old are
nobody
you?
can beat me in this. 18.
Okay, go on.
I want to debate you on which fast food place has the best chicken nuggets.
Okay, we're gonna ban you. Well, it depends on how you define chicken nugget, but the obvious answer to chicken strips would be it's now I'm blanking on the name. Raising Cane's. There you go. Raising Cane's, the best. I will take no Raising Cane's slander. I literally think that Raising Cane's is the best fast food place ever. However, I will say that there are a handful of Raising Cane's locations that definitely don't meet the bar. But if you find like a good Raising Cane's, oh my God, bro, it's to die for.
What?
Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Jack?
Yes.
Okay, Jack, how old are you?
18.
And why do you support this fucking menace as president?
Because he supports Israel.
Alrighty. So I have a question. Israel first or America first?
America first.
Okay, you're cutting out here, bud. You're cutting out here. Did you say America first?
America first.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Okay. So just to clarify, yeah, he does support Israel. I personally completely disagree with that. I don't think that we should be funding an ethno-expansionist terroristic state like Israel is. But I think that the bone here that I'm really going to respond to is if you think that we should place America first, not Israel first, well, then you shouldn't support Trump because, listen, I understand he's supporting Israel, but he's definitely not supporting America. Under Trump, America is worse off and Israel is better off.
Well, no, I wouldn't. I would say I think both are better off.
Okay. Name one way that America is better off today than it was a year and a half ago at the end of the Biden-Harris admin. Let's hear it.
Just the economy.
Oh, the economy? What metric of the economy is better off?
The grocery store prices.
Oh, prices are up. In fact, inflation has only continued to increase since the beginning of Donald Trump's second term, and we saw the largest monthly increase in the price of groceries in 4 years since the pandemic in March.
And who's your source for that one?
CPI data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Federal Reserve.
See, I get my news from Fox News, and according to them, that is not what's happening.
Okay, according to me, you're a troll. Do you want to hit the road? You have a weird-ass laugh, bro. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only opposite side of the queue if you're here for debate. What a weird-ass laugh, man. I'm not even trolling, dude. What a weird ass laugh. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue. If you do happen to be MAGA, everybody, I'd really appreciate that so much. Let's go to get the next guest. Load it up into the box right now. We got the Voids connecting to the stream. Welcome in, the Voids. Do you support Trump?
I do. How are you doing?
Oh, Voids, that's just terrible. How the hell could you support this maniac? Oh, first, how old are you?
I am 20 years old. May 6, 2006.
Okay. Why do you support this maniac?
I would like to ask about a subject that is on the Democratic side, such as borders. If we could go to that subject.
Okay, so you think that Trump is good for the borders?
I think that it's better to not let illegal immigrants into our country.
Okay, well, I mean, I agree that Donald Trump has significantly reduced undocumented entry, but he hasn't done it with, like, good, proactive, long-term policy. He's done it by treating the immigrants who are here like subhuman trash, beating them, killing them, illegally deporting them to get tortured overseas, infringing on their natural human and constitutional rights. Those mechanisms have reduced undocumented entry by scaring it away. I could shake hands with you on the fact that we should have less undocumented entry. I just can't shake hands with you on the fact that this is the way that we should get less undocumented entry. It's very immoral. And the means don't justify the ends.
Okay. I mean, kind of how I look at it is, look at the police. There's people that want to defund them because of things like corrupt cops, racist cops, things like that. And yes, there have been bad things that happen through ICE, and I'm sure nobody supports things like killings or beatings for no reason at all.
The Trump administration does.
Where does it say that? I mean,
Yeah,
they're there.
well, the vicious murderers of Renee Good and Alex Preddy have been perpetually defended by the Trump administration. It took a lawsuit from the state of Minneapolis to force the federal government under Trump to give them access to evidence surrounding Renee Good's murder. Like, the Trump administration supports those murders so much to the point where they were willing to break the law to protect those murderers by denying evidence to state-level prosecutors. They absolutely support these horrendous ICE agents.
Okay, and I will give that to you because I'm not super knowledgeable on that exact scenario. I just know from what I see and what I read. Obviously, you're a lot more knowledgeable on things than I am. But my core belief is that if they're not supposed to be here, they shouldn't be here. And I'm not saying they should be beaten or killed or anything like that, but I think that we do need an organization like ICE to specifically get them out because they're taking money away from American citizens.
Oh, prove that claim.
They're not paying taxes. How are you going to pay taxes if you are not a American citizen?
With the use of an ITIN, the IRS says that undocumented immigrants pay over $100 billion in taxes on the federal, state, and local level annually. You are patently incorrect.
How is that so? If an illegal immigrant, that's a Mexican, goes and works and does some roofs and builds some roofs for people and gets paid underneath the table because they cannot do a legal tax form.
That's also not true. Undocumented immigrants absolutely can work for employers as 1099 contractors, sometimes on W-2s. There are work permits for undocumented immigrants. That claim is also patently false.
I mean, legally, you could be correct, but I mean, I've worked roofing. I'm a mechanic. I know many people that work under the table don't get paid.
Now you're making a brand new claim. Listen, your first claim was that undocumented immigrants can't legally work and can't legally pay taxes. Okay, I completely proved those two claims wrong. And now you're just saying, okay, well, you know some undocumented immigrants that work under the table. Yeah, bro, some undocumented immigrants do work under the table. This doesn't change the fact that undocumented immigrants are an economic benefit from those that do work over the table. Okay? And this is actually a really good argument for mass amnesty. There's a lot of undocumented immigrants who work under the table, don't pay taxes, don't report their income, because when they do pay taxes, A, they can't get a return, and B, they don't get access to any federal social safety nets. So, I mean, it makes sense, at least practically, why many refuse to pay taxes. Well, as we know it, they're still paying $100 billion in taxes. So what would happen if we gave them a pathway to residency or citizenship? They'd go from, like, what, paying $100 billion in taxes to $200 billion? $300 billion? Not only would they be more incentivized to work over the table, but they'd also get higher wages. Now, I mean, nothing that you're saying adds up to the conclusion that either A, undocumented immigrants are a fiscal drain, or the conclusion B, that therefore we should deport them. If anything, this just gives us more incentive to allow them to stay here and to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship.
I will give you the first few points. Like I said, I'm not as knowledgeable as you are. So I'm not going to sit and argue your points if you have more information on it. I mean, like I said, I'm just an everyday working citizen.
A member of the working class? If you want to know who's really stealing money from you, look no further than the president that you support, okay? Donald Trump illegally and unconstitutionally taxed Americans $171 billion through his unconstitutional tariffs. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the Big Beautiful Bill is reducing the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, on top of taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, exploding prices through his continued tariff policy, which has led to the highest increase in the price of groceries in a month since the pandemic, and of course exploding the price of gas, which takes more money away from you through his war in Iran. If you don't want money to be taken from you, stop looking at the brown and black people that are living their lives and actively contributing to build this nation, but look at the president who's scamming the fuck out of you, stealing your money just to further enrich himself and other billionaire elitists. The point is that you just have your priorities wrong.
Okay. We kind of went off topic a little bit there, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and change the topic again.
I don't think that we did change the topic. Your point was that you're the average working American. You want to keep the money that you make, and you don't want anybody to take your money from you. Your second point was you support Trump because he's deporting undocumented immigrants and they take money from you. So I showed you A, undocumented immigrants are not taking money from you, and B, in all reality, Trump is truly the person who is taking money from you. There was nothing off topic about that in the slightest.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, and I agree with your point. I'm not going to act like you don't have a point. I agree with you.
So if you agree with that point, that Trump's taking money from you, why do you want him to be president? Isn't that like a great reason to not support him? Oh, I support my president when he's taking money from me, when he's rising the price of my gas, rising the price of my groceries, reducing my purchasing power with his terrible economic reform. These are like fantastic reasons to agree with me that Trump sucks.
Right, but that's just a couple points. I'd like to touch some more topics and see what you think about them.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. So what's next?
Okay, let's talk about the unemployment.
That's gone up since the start of his term?
It's the lowest, as far as the information I have, is posted in 2019. During Trump's term, it is lower than it was in 1969.
Okay, A, we're not in 2019, we're in 2026. Today, the unemployment rate is higher than it was when Biden left office. B, you can't just say because a low unemployment rate happened under Trump in 2019 that therefore he caused it, or else you're also going to commit yourself to saying that because the highest level of unemployment in 100 years also happened under Trump in August of 2019, funny enough, at 14.8%, he caused that too.
Okay. I have a question about the Democratic side. Did you support Biden?
Yeah, I thought that he was a much better option than the alternative.
Okay. You might have more information on it, but from the information that I had seen, is he printed 40% of all U.S. currency ever produced during the United States.
Yeah, Trump actually printed more. We saw the largest increase in the M2 money supply, which is the amount of money printed by the Federal Reserve under Donald Trump in his first term. And you could find that on the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis's website. Second point, the presidents don't control the Federal Reserve. They are almost like an autonomously acting agency that kind of answers to Congress. And they were headed by Jerome Powell under Biden, who was ultimately the head chief making the decisions for the M2 money supply. And funny enough, he was appointed by Trump in Trump's first term. So even if that was a bad thing, we'd blame this on Trump for appointing Jerome Powell, not on Biden for just being president via the continuation of Jerome Powell's existence and legacy as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Okay. You got a good point there. I'll have to look into that. Let me think of my next question. What do you think about the I'm just curious on what information you have on, with everything, people saying that Biden's election was rigged and Trump's election was rigged. And what do you think about mail-in ballots?
I think that mail-in ballots are a fine way to vote. I think that Trump agrees because he votes with a mail-in. I don't think that there are any security issues with mail-in ballots that have ever been proven. I think that's the safest election audited in recorded U.S. history was the 2020 election, when we also saw a lot of mail-in ballots. And I think that Donald Trump likes to talk about mail-in ballots because he's scared to lose an election and he wants to try to rig it instead. The fact is we shouldn't even be concerning ourselves with this conversation. Instead of talking about the false claims launched by Trump to do with a lack of election integrity that are denied by anybody who's ever done research into it, like you literally wouldn't be able to find any evidence to justify his claims. I would like to talk about the future of the nation. I'd like to talk about the state of the economy. I'd like to talk about the laws as they are. I'd like to talk about our allyships and cooperations with other countries in the world. I'd like to talk about rights. I'd like to talk about healthcare. I'd like to talk about prices. I'd like to talk about the things that actually matter to the average American, okay? But Donald Trump is failing within all those respects. He's failing on affordability. He's failing on delivering good healthcare policy. He's failing on reducing the debt and the deficit. He's failing on reducing taxes for the working class. He's failing at cooperating well with our international allyships. He's failing at not starting any new wars. So instead, he wants to direct everybody's attention away from the things that matter into false claims about trans people, false claims about immigrants, and false claims about elections. And that's a great reason to not support Trump. I mean, at this point, there's no reason to support him. There's none.
Okay, I want to know what your opinion is on this oil crisis that's going on, with them trying to improve oil prices with all the crap that's going on in Iran.
Well, if we have an oil crisis, then it doesn't seem like Trump is doing too good at improving oil prices.
I wasn't quite done yet. Was his intention not to get the oil prices down, and then isn't he going after Canada now? I'm just asking your opinion because apparently you're much more informed than I am on the situation. So I'd like to know
I'm going to answer
your
this
side.
last question, but then I want you to tell us how you still support Trump. Like the purpose and the point of this live stream, is to learn more. Yeah, but like through debate. And I just want to hear how you still support Trump as president. That's what I'm going for here.
Okay.
How about that? How do you still support Trump as president? What's the answer to that question?
If you want to answer my last question, then I'll tell you.
Okay, what is your question? Make it like a sentence.
What are your opinions on everything that's happening in Iran? And then, if I'm correct, the information
it's a bad
I
mess.
saw.
What's happening in Iran is terrible. It's killing kids. It's destroying global markets. Okay, it's killing families, and it's achieving nothing. And now we're just giving $300 billion to the IRGC. Perfect. How do you still support Trump in consideration of all the things that I've said?
Got me in a corner.
You don't have any reasons left? Okay, well, I have a reason that you shouldn't. He called for the execution of 6 Democrats in Congress. He raped a woman. He was found guilty of raping that woman. He is a 34-count felon who's called for the termination of the Constitution. And he likes to be super racist to black people. Not only was that his literal introduction into American politics, but he depicted black people as apes on Truth Social less than 2 months ago.
Didn't he get rid of... I'm not going against what you're saying. I'm not informed on that. But correct me if I'm wrong. Did he not get rid of overtime tax?
That was a part of the big, beautiful bill, not to get rid of it, but to add a standard deductible amount to overtime for the next 2 years. A, it expires next year. And B, when we consider the rest of the big, beautiful bill, the average American is still hurt per the projections I gave you from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities earlier. And C, Kamala Harris ran on those same benefits plus many, many more, because unlike Trump, she actually did want to focus on the average American and the rest of the working class.
Okay, well, you answered my questions. You're respectful. I appreciate the conversation.
Were we able to change your mind?
I'm definitely going to be looking into some stuff.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, look into some stuff, man. You take care. Let's go to get the next guest up here. I guess we're just leaving people with stuff to look into. That's 3 people in 50 minutes that are down. If you're on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. We're already at 2 million likes. That's beautiful. Let's try to get up to 3 million likes. Hit that little share button at the bottom right-hand corner of that phone screen. Hit that yellow repost button. Do try to share this live stream out with a handful of friends as well. Thank you, Dasha, for the galaxy. And I will repeat this. I spoke about this yesterday. With everything that's been going on over the course of the last week or so, there's been a lot of threats to the safety of me and my loved ones. Like we spoke about publicly, there was a bomb threat plus much more, which I have yet and probably won't disclose publicly if ever, / until a while in the future. But I've been presented with 2 options, either quit streaming and hop off the grid, or continue streaming but make massive investments into the security and safety of my home, my loved ones, and my little kitty.
I'm in.
If you want to support the live stream, as per usual, you always can with the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account, which includes my Venmo and my PayPal. Pin message over on YouTube has the handle as well. It's always at the top of the phone screen, Dean Withers without the letter E in Withers. But all of the donations, like literally all of them for the foreseeable future, will be going into funding the safety and security of me and my family.
Hey, Dean.
What's up, Caden? Do you support Trump? Okay, yeah, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate, everyone. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate, everyone. Quite frankly, we're just looking for some debates. Can we keep it to debates, please? Quite frankly. Can we keep it to debates? Can we keep it to debates? Let's go to get the next guest connected. Hey, huge shout out to Myra. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, hey, Dean, I've been a fan of your debates for a few years now, and I really appreciate all your talking points. To see every day how the supporters will denounce factual evidence is so dystopian. Keep on doing what you're doing. We love you. I love you too, Myra. Thank you for the love and the very kind words. I couldn't agree with you more. These people are crazy. Thank you for the love and support. Show some love to Myra in that chat. Also, show some love to Lord T in that chat for the $20, who says, I watched Inception last night. Do you think that Natalie Arp is Trump's crazy wife in the movie trying to sabotage everything? No, I spoke about that yesterday, Lord T. You should go back to the breaking news yesterday. I gave my breakdown and my reading on, the interesting relationship between Trump and Natalie Harp, as well as Miss Liz. Thank you for the $50 donation on Super Chat. God damn, Liz. That's a lot of fucking money. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's get 500 Liz W's. Liz actually didn't include a message. They just kind of sent that $50 right along. I really appreciate you. Do show some love to Liz down below. You are awesome. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Liz. What's going on, Arnando? Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean.
Hello. Do you support Trump? Quite frankly, are you there? I'm going to have to ban you, Arnando. I'm going to ban you. Sam, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Dean, honestly, I wanted to ask you a question, though. What are your opinions on today's gun rights and gun laws? I know it could be a tough one, but I want to know what you truly feel.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of guns that we should ban.
Why is it that there's a lot of guns that we should ban, and why not guns in general or guns not in general?
Okay, listen. I'm going to answer your question, but then I'm going to have you explain to us why you support Trump. First and foremost, I think that all guns necessary or necessarily recommended for self and home defense should be absolutely legal. We're talking handguns, we're talking shotguns, and we're talking SBRs. I think that everything else should either be banned or also would require special ATF approval with the FBI and NCIS background check outside of maybe bolt action hunting rifles.
So other than background checks, including, obviously whether you're a ward of the state, the 30-minute background check that it takes to get a weapon, I don't know if you've ever purchased a weapon yourself or not.
I have. I've purchased weapons that are regular. I've purchased weapons that are NFA specials. I've gone through the FBI.
So you know how the process is, and you know how the process goes.
Yes, I'm very familiar.
Do you feel that there are any things that we should change when it comes to those processes?
Yeah, I think that we should. I think that we should require a license for the ownership of any gun, the same way we require a license for driving a vehicle. We should also retract the grandfather clause of the National Firearms Act and straight up ban the sale of any fully automatic weapon in America, even if they were made before the 80s. I'm going to thank a couple of people. Once I'm done thanking a couple of people, do you want to tell us? Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
After I'm done thanking a couple of people, do you want to tell us why you support Trump?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, David, for the $10. I appreciate you. Let's get 100 David W's. Dean, you should call up Oscar Quinton onto your show. I would love to talk to that guy. It's been a while. Miss Michaela, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. That's kind of you. Let's get 500 Michaela W's down below. Michaela with a 50 says, for you and your loved ones, y'all learn my thoughts. Thank you for all that you do, and please stay safe. Thank you for the love, Michaela. I really appreciate you. I'm very grateful for you. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. Same thing to you, Tommy. Thank you for the $72 donation. What a guy. Let's get 700 Tommy W's. My God, that is a very, very, very kind donation from you, Tommy. Tommy with the 72 says, Dean, protect the cat and your girlfriend just turned 72 6 days ago. Well, happy late 72nd birthday, my friend Tommy. Let's get 500 Tommy W's. I appreciate you for the love. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you for supporting the safety of me and my family. Same thing to you, Shane. Thank you for the $20, who says, for you only. Okay, I'll keep that to myself. Huh. I appreciate you for that, Shane. Very interesting information. Maybe I need to hire someone like you. Bash, thank you for the $10, who says, me and my boyfriend both love watching you debate. Shout out to you. And Mino, Bash loves you. That's the name of their boyfriend. Mary, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mary. Nicola, thank you so much for the $10, who says, Dean, hope you're doing okay. Appreciate you. And Shane, I appreciate you for another $20 donation with even more interesting information. Shane, I appreciate you for the total of the $40 in donos. Thank you so much, Shane. You're awesome. Over on PayPal, Max, thank you for the $23 donation. Thank you so much, man, who says, this money's for the security fund. Love you, man. Love you too, Max, and thank you for the support. I appreciate you. Do show some love to Max. Matilda, thank you for the $25. Shout out to you and Tom. Me and my boyfriend Tom are British, but love listening to you every night. You're the reason he's gotten more into politics recently. I love that. Tom, thanks for getting involved. I think that everybody should be more involved, and I appreciate you for the love. SJ, thank you for the $45 donation on PayPal. Since your message concerns self-security, I am going to keep that to myself, but just know that I always appreciate you. I will be checking that out, and much love as always, SJ. You know I got a very special place in my heart for you. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you for the love. Same thing to Amanda. Thank you for the $10, who says, my partner John Dudd and I say hi. Well, hello, Amanda. Hello, John Dudd. Appreciate you guys for being here. And Polly with the $20 says, hey, Dean, I'm in your live right now. Love you so much, and I'm wishing you safety for you and your girlfriend. Thank you. And shout out to your cousin Lily. I appreciate you for the $20, Polly. With that being said, we're all caught up. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
All right. So I personally support Trump because out of all the presidents we've had, I don't think there's a single president that has gotten in a room with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single president that has, sat with Putin as much as he has. I also find it kind of funny how, I'm sure you remember the Rocket Man tweet when he did sit with Kim Jong-un, or it was after the fact that he sat with Kim Jong-un. He called him Rocket Man with the whole nuclear thing, and basically was making fun of the fact that he doesn't have the nuclear weapons that he claims he has, but we don't know if that's necessarily true or false.
Do you mind if I happen here? You said that you support Trump because you can't name any other president who sat down with Putin or Kim Jong-un as much as he has. There's a reason for that. It's because sitting down with Putin or Kim Jong-un is wildly unproductive and achieves nothing and just gives their country more propaganda to say they're best buddies with the U.S. and then use that for bad. Here's a challenge.
We know that
name one accomplishment.
Name
one accomplishment.
One of our best
buddies.
Buddies. They're not.
One moment. I was in the middle of speaking.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Name one accomplishment from his sit-downs with Putin or Kim Jong-un.
We prevented plenty of war when it came to our country as a whole. Definitely not with all the other countries, such as the Russia-Ukraine war. I would say, I believe when Joe Biden was in office, there was a whole lot of nuclear threats when it came to...
You're just making shit up.
Oh, I'm making shit up?
I've been debating long enough to know when somebody's just making shit up. You are absolutely wrong to say that something that we've accomplished, I'll tell you right now. You are absolutely wrong to suggest that we've accomplished less war between, Russia, North Korea, and America by sitting down with
Am I wrong?
Putin.
Have we not prevented a whole lot less war with Trump in office compared to other presidents being in office?
Yeah,
that's a general statement.
That is absolutely wrong. So I'm going to respond to two things now.
Okay.
You said that one of the accomplishments from his sit-downs with Putin in North Korea have been to prevent war with America. In fact, that has never been a stated goal or purpose of a single sit-down with Putin or Kim Jong-un. His sit-down with Kim Jong-un in his first term was to get them to agree to a denuclearization agreement, which failed, by the way, not to prevent war with America.
Well, how did it fail?
Oh, yeah, because they violated it less than 3 months later.
They violated it 3 months later?
Yeah, after it was signed. Yeah,
We
they
haven't had
signed it in
any-
July
we
of
haven't had any
2019. It was
stuff, though.
violated by August of 2019. Yeah, it failed.
I don't know. I'm not, I guess, caught up with that.
Yeah, it failed. Hey, guys, I'm getting a quick call from my security advisor. I'm going to go ahead and just quickly give them a call back. This is kind of one of the things that I have to do now. So I'll be right back, folks.
Hey, I just wants to give a shout out to my homegirl Erica over in South Florida real quick. I want to give a shout.
I still had my fucking earbud in. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
Well, I guess I didn't realize you had the earbud in still. That's my mistake.
Yeah, you got absolutely destroyed. Yeah, guys, this is one of the new things that I have now. I've been telling you guys
you've been having a whole lot of security personnel and a whole lot of security issues.
Yeah. So now I'm just spending like mad money. now I'm just spending mad money for the safety of me and my family. Now I'm just spending.
How do you
mad
feel
money.
about that? With everything going
One
on,
second.
especially with all the popularity and All right.
All right. Yeah. So, anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and quickly respond to the 2 points that you made. So let's go one by one. The first point that you made was that our sit-downs with Kim Jong-un and Putin have been wildly successful. That claim is false. The sit-downs with Kim Jong-un in Trump's first term was to achieve a denuclearization agreement, which was not successful. And his sit-downs
What do
with
you mean it wasn't
Putin in the
successful? I'm sorry, you keep
I
saying
already told
that.
you this.
How was it not successful?
Yeah, because North Korea violated the agreement less than 3 months after they signed it, and then Donald Trump went back to calling Kim Jong-un the Rocket Man.
So that's what caused the whole Rocky Man tweet.
Yeah, that right there is what caused the Rocket Man tweet. Yeah.
Okay. And now with the whole Putin thing, I mean, we've caused a whole lot of ceasefires, which obviously those were broken pretty fast. We've had the Israel ceasefires, we've had the Russia-Ukraine ceasefires, the Israel-Palestine ceasefires. Those were obviously all broken pretty quick, but
yeah, and then about like sitting down with Putin. The aims of sit-downs with Putin have been to end their invasion of Ukraine, and that obviously hasn't worked either. And Donald Trump has publicly admitted that. Donald Trump has publicly admitted that that has not worked either.
now, all right, another question I have real quick, which may seem a bit more TikTok related. How do you feel about those that, because I have a Jewish flag in my name, commenting Free Palestine, F the state of Israel and whatnot? Free Israel, in
not
other
the
words.
Jewish flag, that's the Israeli flag.
Israeli
Yeah, sure. It
flag,
indicates
my mistake.
it indicates that you support the state of Israel. Of course, they're good
Yes.
people spamming Free Palestine in the chat because we shouldn't support the state of Israel is a good thing. Can we
Why should
debate?
we not
Are
support
you gonna
the
like
state-
actually?
wait, why should we not support the state of Israel?
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna allow you to completely change the topic of discourse. You made a point that you support Trump because he was able to have successful sit-downs with Kim Jong-un and Putin. I described to you how those were like completely unfruitful, didn't achieve a goddamn thing. I want you to respond to the explanation that I gave. Does this change your support for Trump?
Does this change my support for Trump? Not necessarily, because I haven't been given a
Then why do you support him?
whole- I just feel that he's doing what a lot of other presidents haven't been able to do.
Like what? Like what's
Haven't been able to do,
like what?
rather.
What's the biggest accomplishment from Donald Trump's second administration? What is it?
Like I said, I haven't seen a single president be able to sit down with a complete dictator.
Bro,
have a
I'm
conversation,
sorry.
stop.
I'm so
I
sorry.
know, and I know you
This
said
is
you
this is
proved
brain
your
rot. This is
point on
fucking brain
why
rot.
it's-
The reason why other presidents haven't done that is because it's unfruitful. It doesn't achieve a damn thing, and then it just gives their respective country propaganda to say that they're buddy with America. Okay, and it makes us look bad on the global stage because it makes us look as if we're ineffective negotiators. Okay, there are reasons why previous presidents
right, but we're
have not done that.
allies with North Korea. Would we say that?
I don't know why you're asking me these new questions. My point is, you're telling me for the fifth time, and I'm gonna respond to this for the fifth time. I want you to listen to me closely.
Okay.
The reason why presidents before Trump have not sat down with Kim Jong-un is because when we have sat down with Kim Jong-un under Trump, is it achieved nothing, which gives that dictator propaganda to convince their country that they're buddy with America, and B, makes America look weak on the global stage because A, we're associating ourselves with very bad countries, and B, when we do in an attempt to negotiate something, we fail at those negotiations.
I honestly don't know what to say to that. But before I do end this, I would like to say you have a gorgeous middle part, and that I wish I was more educated to debate with you more because you are a very intelligent young man. And
I appreciate you. Do you mind if I bring something up to try to change mine?
To debate with you anymore. But did you change my mind? Not completely.
Okay.
and
Do you mind if
wish
I
there
ask you
were
a
some
question to
points
try
you-
to?
Yeah, I would love that.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you a question to try to. All right. Would you still support Trump as president if he let violent criminals who tried to kill cops out of jail free on the streets of the country?
That's pretty vague. I would have to
Would you ever
say.
support any president who let violent criminals who tried to murder people out of jail and called them patriots?
I feel like there's a lot of presidents that have done that other than Trump, though. Am I not
Like who?
wrong?
Like who?
I'm not educated enough to where I could say
God.
where.
Could you just
but
answer the question?
Repeat it again. I'm sorry.
Would you ever support a president that intentionally and knowingly...
I would not support a president that is intentionally letting out murderers that are known for killing cops and, killing innocent civilians and just letting these criminals out freely. No, I would not.
Okay, Trump did that. He gave full and complete pardons to every single J6er who was sent to jail, including 72 violent J6ers who literally tried to attack, beat, assault, and kill cops on the steps of the Capitol, such as DJ Rodriguez, who pled guilty to trying to kill Officer Fanone, driving a stun gun into his neck, giving him a heart attack, who was then sentenced to 10 years in jail. Donald Trump let him out and labeled him a patriot in January of 2025.
This was during the raid, I'm assuming.
This
White
was
House
during
raid?
the J6, yes. So, in other words, Donald Trump has let violent criminal attempted would-be cop murderers out of jail for nothing and labeled them as patriots.
So do you disagree that do you disagree with the fact that him pardoning Kodak Black and these other rappers is something
We're not
that should
talking
be
about
done?
Kodak Black. We're not talking about
No,
any
I'm
rapper.
just
We're
saying
talking
that-
about the argument. I'm not going to allow you to bring up anything that is irrelevant to the argument. Premise
Okay.
one. Guess would not support a president, okay, who let violent criminal attempted cop killers out of jail. Premise number
No, I
two.
don't think anybody
Donald
that
Trump is
would
a
kill a
president
cop-
who let violent criminal attempted cop killers out of jail. Conclusion.
Anybody that would kill a cop,
Guest
I
would
do
not support
agree
Trump
should
as
be
president.
Let out of prison or
Okay, listen,
jail.
I'm trying to give you an argument. Please
Okay.
stop interrupting me. I just want you to listen to the argument.
Okay.
First premise of the argument. Guest would not support a president who let violent criminal attempted would-be cop murderers out of jail. Premise number 2. Trump is a president who did let violent criminal attempted would-be cop killers out of jail. Conclusion. Guest would not support Trump.
That would be one thing that would prevent me from supporting him, but there's a lot more pros.
Okay. So when you said 5 minutes ago that you wouldn't support Trump if he did this, you were just lying to me?
Oh, no, not completely as a whole.
You
I
did
didn't
say
realize
that.
we're
You said that
saying-
you would stop supporting Trump as president.
As a whole, I cannot not support him because of this one reason. No.
Oh, okay. Jesus,
I didn't realize
fucking
that was the statement.
Okay, let me ask you another question. If Donald
Okay.
Trump raped a woman, would you stop supporting him as president?
I don't think rape is right.
Joshua, thank you so much for all the love, by the way. Can you answer the question, please?
I do not agree with rape.
Okay, that's not the question that I asked you. The question that I asked you was, if Donald Trump raped a woman, would you still support him as president?
I guess I have to because he is our current president, but no, I do not support rape.
Okay, so the answer is yes. So you'd still support Donald Trump as president if he raped a woman. You'd still support Donald Trump as president if he let violent attempted would-be cop killers out of jail. Would you still support Trump as president if he tried to call for the execution of his political opponents in Congress?
What, when he was firing everybody that wasn't on his side, in other words?
If he called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, would you still support Trump as president?
Repeat that he wasn't what?
If he called for the execution of his political opponents,
yeah,
would you still support him as president?
That never happened.
I never said it did. It was a question, if then. If Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents, then would you stop supporting Trump as president?
Now we're throwing out hypotheticals.
Can you answer the question?
No, I would not support Trump if he purposely was looking to execute those who were against him.
The President of the United States of America, Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country, and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
You got me in a bit of a predicament here.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said I'm in a little bit of a predicament here.
Yeah.
No, I definitely wouldn't support somebody that is in favor of executing those that are completely against him. No.
Okay,
But
so to be clear, we have changed your mind on
that's what
Trump.
he has to do, unfortunately, that's considered a dictatorship, and I don't agree with a dictatorship. So
Okay, so we've changed your mind on Trump?
You've changed my mind a little bit, but these are pretty vague points.
Bro, you said explicitly. You said explicitly, no, I would not still support Trump as president if he called for the execution of his political opponents. And you said so after already trying this little thing you're doing here.
Yeah, but you saw what you did there.
Maybe
it was a hypothetical.
you said maybe I did say that I would stop supporting Trump as president if he let violent criminals out of jail. But what I meant to say was I'd only stop supporting him a little. Okay, but then I asked you again. Okay, I said, as a whole, would you stop supporting Trump as president if he called for the execution of his political opponents?
Okay, let me ask you
and
one
you
thing
said no, and you said yes, as a whole I would. No.
Are you pro?
So I either want you. You have two options. Stop. You have two options. Your first option is either to concede and admit that you no longer support Trump as president, and your second option is to concede and admit that you fucking boldly lied less than 2 minutes ago when you said that you would
did
stop
not
supporting Trump as
boldly
president if
lie,
you did this.
Dean. Let's be honest here.
Okay,
I did not boldly lie. You threw me a hypothetical and then threw a fact at me.
Okay, perfect. So then please go ahead and concede.
I just want to know what your opinion on pro-life is.
Okay, concede your support for Trump.
So if a woman is raped, incest, or any of that,
hello, please, could you please, are you going to concede your support for Trump, bro?
Concede my support?
Yeah, is that going to happen, bro?
I cannot fully give up my support, but give me a reason why. Look, okay, I know, and you've given me 3 reasons already. Who should I look at after at this point?
God, bro.
Who should I look at after all these facts that you've given me?
Bro. It's
Who should I look at after? Who do I support after this? After these crazy facts that you have given me, you are not wrong, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
It's actual cult.
But who do I support now?
It's actual cult-like behavior, bro.
Who do I? No, it's not cult-like, and I hate that that's even a thing. It's not cult-like at all.
Yes, it is.
Who do I support now?
You should stop supporting Trump. I'm actually going to add up my friend to quickly talk to you for like 3 minutes. I just got to talk to him.
Okay.
I got to talk to someone. Got to make a call. Got to make a call, quite frankly.
I love that you're able to have this discussion with me because you're only educating me. So
this is crazy.
I have nothing.
There we go. Got the invite. Crazy work, dude. Talking to a cult member. Hey Parker, I appreciate you.
Parker, why would I be seen as a cult member?
This guy's a complete.
Shout out Erica.
This guy's a complete
Shout out
cult member.
Erica.
I got to make a call.
Yeah, I got you. So Sam,
Erica,
what's holding you?
We love you. Yes.
What's
Parker?
holding you on to support Trump still?
What's holding me on to support Trump is that I've heard a lot of disgusting and ignorant facts from the other side. And let's just say Joe Biden. I've watched Joe Biden completely ruin our economy. I've watched Joe Biden make a fool of himself on TV. I've watched Joe Biden not even be able to reiterate something that he had recently just said. And, things like that. Do we want a president in office who is completely demented? Or do we want someone that knows what they're saying but unfortunately has a rape charge?
Sam, do you support Trump's war with the Islamic Republic of Japan?
I am not educated enough to the point where I could make a statement on that. If you don't mind educating me, I wouldn't mind.
I'm just curious, do you support the war with Japan or no?
I honestly didn't even know there's a war going on with Japan right now, to be completely honest with you. That's where my education is.
Trump said that the Islamic Republic of Japan was attacking us.
Repeat that?
Yeah, Trump said that the Islamic Republic of Japan was attacking us.
The Islamic Republic of Japan is attacking us?
Yeah, because I'm just curious because that's not even a country that actually even exists.
I was just about to say I don't think that's something.
You said you don't want a president that doesn't know what's going on. That seems to be Trump. He also said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. So, I don't think that you're going to get that from Donald Trump. And then I would also ask you, what did Joe Biden do to destroy the economy?
He spent more money than any president or all presidents.
That's factually untrue. That's factually untrue. Actually, Trump signed off on $8.4 trillion overall debt-related spending, $4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, $4.3 trillion overall, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Look, real quick, at least I could say Trump handed those in need with a stimulus check. So, I don't think Joe Biden was out here giving out $1,200 to those who were really in need at the time.
Damn, there was also a stimulus check under Biden.
There wasn't a stimulus check under Biden. If there was, I remember it being very less than the $1,200 or $1,400 or however many family members it was that were in the so-called family stimulus.
It was $1,400.
It was less than Trump. I remember that very specifically.
It was $1,400, and they also bargained for the $600 as well. So they meant it to be $2,000 overall.
No, that's what happened with Trump, if I'm not mistaken.
That was Biden, but even so, Trump signed off on more debt-related spending overall. So is it that he signed off on more debt-related spending, or is it he signed off on less debt-related spending? You tell me.
Well, so if we want to talk about debt-related spending, let's talk about how Joe Biden was able to continuously send Ukraine, Zelensky, the billions and or hundreds of millions and billions of dollars.
Do you support aid to Israel?
Do I support who?
Do you support aid to Israel?
I support Israel.
Do you support U.S. aid to Israel?
Yeah.
You support U.S. aid to Israel for offensive
I don't necessarily think they need it, though, having the strongest air
but
force
you
in
don't
NATO.
support U.S. aid for Ukraine.
I personally
to defend
don't
their
think they
country
need
from
it,
being invaded?
especially having the strongest air force in NATO. I don't think.
Do you see what I mean?
Repeat that.
Hey Sam, you said I mean, like you're in support of U.S. aid for an offensive war and literally committing genocide, but not when it comes to defending Ukraine from a country invading them and trying to annex them.
Genocide is being done on both sides. If we're going to be so honest here, let's be honest.
What?
Genocide is being it's done on both sides. There's videos of it all over TikTok, all over Instagram, all over Twitter. There are plenty of pillages and disgusting things that should not be happening within war. And it's not just on Israel's side, and that is a fact.
I mean, I don't know where you exclusively get the idea of genocide, but war crimes, yeah.
I don't know, pillaging might be
what if we just Parker, what if we just accept this? Let's just I'm gonna hypothetically accept that there's quote unquote genocides being done on both sides. This still means that you want to give money to a state.
One second. It's still not right.
1 second. Stop. This still means that from your perspective, you want to give money to a state that you think is committing a genocide.
Well, I mean, Ukraine has committed plenty of genocide, and we've still given them billions.
What are you talking about, bro? This guy's yapping. Wait,
So
Dean, by the
I'm
way,
not yapping. You can say I'm yapping as much as you'd like. I might not be as educated
They're
as
gonna
you
have to
guys
give me
are,
a
but
call
I've seen
back.
the news. I watch the news all day.
They're gonna have to just randomly give me a call back, man. It's all good. I thought that it would be right now. Now I just have to randomly wait for it, and I don't know when it's gonna be. But you know, I appreciate you coming up nonetheless.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, just let me know. I appreciate you, man. Have a good rest of your stream, bro.
Cool, man. I appreciate you too. I will let you know, and if you're not free, you're not free. Don't worry about it, bro.
All right, for sure, bro.
Of course. All right, Sam. You're a cult member. Goodbye. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult. Yes, you are. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you, folks. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you, folks. I'd really appreciate that, quite frankly. We're just looking for some debates here. I really appreciate you so much, Castaway Mary, for the 10 Australian dollars, who says the cult follower who argues he's not in a cult is demonstrating he definitely is in a cult. Absolutely no critical thinking skills at all. It's almost laughable, and he has no clue. Yeah, he was like getting so fucking pissed because I was telling him that he was a member of a cult. Yeah, he is. There's nothing controversial about that. Come on, bro. He said like 3 times I would stop supporting Trump as president if Trump did X. Okay, then I was like, okay, here's the proof of Trump doing X. And then he was like, okay, I accept that Trump did X. Jesus. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I would really appreciate it so much if you guys could please follow the rules. Let's go to get the next guest connected. I'll need you opposite side of the queue if you are here for debate. I have a couple people to thank. I do indeed have a couple people to thank. Give me one moment here while we get the next guest connected. We got Jiraiya loading up inside of the queue. We got a couple other people as well. Let's see here. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now, quite frankly. We got Carson loading up in. Hey, Gabriella, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, I just wanted to share my debate topic with you for this season to see if you had any thoughts or arguments that I could use. The resolution is that the U.S. should make it a goal to eliminate multi-billionaires. Yeah, I think that's a good goal. I do. Appreciate you for the $10, Gabriella. Shane, thank you for another $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get to it at Shane W's down below in that chat. Shane asked me to keep their message to myself, so I will. Just know that I really appreciate you. Show some love to Shane. Nemesis, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you, Dean, for being my voice as a victim. I went through SA for almost a year. Now I'm engaged and pregnant with a man who doesn't judge me for it all because you showed me I'm worth a lot, even though I'm a victim. Well, hey. thank you so much for tuning into the live stream. And I'm so sorry that that happened to you. Genuinely, I'm so sorry that that happened to you. And I'm so happy that you were able to find a partner who loves you for who you are. You're a great person, and thank you for being here, Nemesis. A Cuts, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes. Could you hear me?
Oh, he's driving. Also, dude, huge shout out to Joshua for like the 3 fucking trillion roses. Actually crazy. Thank you as well, Nanya, for the $10, who says, quite frankly, to protect Dean and his dream team as they drop knowledge. I appreciate you for the $10, Nanya. Thank you as well, Krista, for the $15, who says, for Momo's own personal bodyguard. Yeah, maybe we need to get a bodyguard specific for Momo. I appreciate you for the love, Krista. As well as Lindsay. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. That's very, very kind of you. It's very, very kind of you. We're all caught up on Venmo. I'm pretty sure that we do have a couple people to thank on Super Chat and PayPal, but let's go ahead and try to get the next debate underway. Birdie, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I do.
That would be a very young child, quite frankly. C. Take Styles. Do you support Trump?
Some of the things he does, yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 24.
If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
I'm Trump.
Okay, alrighty. Give me one moment to thank a couple people, and then I'll pass the floor to you. Thank you, Thomas, for the $1. Thank you, Evelyn, for the $5, who says this isn't much, but you've taught me so much, and I really hope that you stay safe. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Tegan, thank you so much for the $28 donation, who says, I'm British, but I really appreciate what you do. As a victim myself, I'm so proud that somebody my age is sticking up for us, and I want to say thank you. Trump supporters are genuinely insane. Much love for England, man. Buy some tea with us. Well, I appreciate you for the $28, Tegan. That's very kind of you. I'm so happy to have you here, and thank you for the love. Let's get 300 Tegan W's, as well as Ariana. Thank you for the $10, who says, just know that you're loved. I'm so sorry that this is your reality now. I wish you all the peace and safety in the world. Well, thank you so much for the love, Ariana. Same thing to you, Jaden. Thank you for the $10. I'm so happy that we could change your mind. And Teresa, thank you for the $30 donation. Teresa sent $30 over and didn't even attach a message. Thank you so much for the love, Teresa. And Mask, thank you for the $100 dono. Holy fuck, Mask. Let's get 1,000 Mask W's in that chat. That is ridiculously kind of you. That is so much money. Thank you, Mask, who says, I know that it's a defense donation, but I would like your girlfriend to get her nails done if she would like to. Forgive my pronouns if I've assumed them wrong. Be loved as you are. Oh, Mask. She will absolutely fucking love that. I appreciate you so much for the $100, and she will love getting her nails done. That is very kind of you. She might even be watching right now, so maybe she'll hear that. I bet she's jumping with joy. We are all cut up. Let's go to get the next guest connected. That guy lagged out. I don't know where he went. I'm so sorry about that. Oh, found him in the queue. Perfect. Hey, sorry, the queue's been a little bit glitchy as of recently. Do you want to go ahead and tell us why you'd vote for Trump tomorrow if the election was held tomorrow?
Just as a gay person, I feel like his stance on Muslims in our country is very important to me, especially because of how homophobic and incompatible their religion is with the West.
Do you
support the LGBT?
Yeah, I do. Do you also support banning Christians from America? Do you support banning Jewish individuals from America? Do you support banning...
Do Christians throw gay people off buildings?
Well, I mean, sometimes...
That's my main question.
Well, I mean, sometimes they kill them. Sometimes they throw them off building. Sometimes they force them to go to conversion therapies, and sometimes they stone them to death, per Leviticus. The point that I'd like to make here is there is a lot of homophobia in all 3 major Abrahamic religions as it relates to their fundamentalist interpretations of the reading of their relative scriptures. I condemn fundamentalist readings of all religions that lead to mass homophobia, mass sexism, racism, so on and so forth. And you know what? If you want to argue that you want to legally ban people from practicing specifically fundamentalist interpretations of religious scripture that include these incredibly anti-human ideals like killing gay people or subjugating women to be housemaids, then you might have an argument to be made. But as soon as you step out of line with the belief that we should ban fundamentalist religious ideals that really, 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 really hurt people, and you step into this new territory where you then obfuscate and project all of those fundamentalist ideals onto all the followers of one specific religion, but then ignore them for others, I think that you're acting very illogically.
I just think that they shouldn't be like in our country, honestly. At the end of the day, that's my main concern is them coming here. Like, look at the problems with the UK. They did a poll on like whether they think like 50% of Muslims in the UK think that being gay should be illegal. So like with that and all the laws that are in place in Muslim countries, like how is that not a danger to my community?
Yeah. Well, hey, I don't even know if that's true. It could be true because a surprising amount of people are actually anti-gay marriage. This isn't exclusive to maybe Muslims in the UK. I mean, and this is also why we only got the legalization of gay marriage in America in the early 2000s. The point is that a surprising amount of people, including a surprising amount of religious people, irregardless of their respective religion, are anti-LGBTQ+, including gay people and gay marriage. I'll just repeat what I just said, okay? Homophobia is bad. There are a lot of homophobic religious people, regardless if that's Islam, Christianity, or Judaism. If you want to make an argument that we should ban fundamentalist religious people, irregardless of their respective religion, okay, feel free to make that argument, okay? But as soon as you obfuscate the fundamentalists of one specific religion and project that reading onto all followers of that same religion, you're engaging in bigotry. Not all Muslims think that being gay is wrong. Not all Muslims think that being gay should be illegal. Not all Muslims think what you say they are. And in a very similar sense, in the same way that some Muslims do think these things, some Christians think these things, and some Jewish individuals think these things. A lot of people think these things.
Well, yeah, you can say they're not a monolith, but it's literally in their holy book. And another problem I have is when you called Sam like a cult member, like how is Islam?
Have you ever read Leviticus 18:2?
No.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm not Christian. I'm not Christian, Dean.
But there's still a point being made. Leviticus 18:22 literally says that we could stone gay people to death.
Okay, are Christians stoning gay people currently?
Well, this is the point that I'm in the middle of making. You say that somewhere found within the Quran or the Hadiths are like very anti-LGBTQ+ messages of like killing gay people. Okay. Maybe it does say that somewhere in the Quran, the same way it says that in the Bible. Some Christians do kill gay people. Some Muslims do kill gay people. They're really problematic, but not all Christians want to kill gay people. Not all Muslims want to kill gay people. That's all I'm saying. It's a really simple argument.
Yeah, I'm just like wondering how you can support LGBT but still like support Muslims entering our country is my main point.
In the same way I still support benevolent Christians entering the country, in the same way that I still support benevolent Jewish individuals entering the country, in the same way I really support anybody benevolent, including atheists entering into the country. The point is that supporting the LGBTQ+ means that you condemn actors that serve as opposition to the LGBTQ+ community. And this would be specific to the individual, not to a broadly sweeping, hasty generalization for billions of individuals. And maybe your argument doesn't really boil down to just Islam in the sense that, well, it's oppressive to gay individuals, but more so theism as a whole. Okay, maybe your question, instead of how can you still support Muslim individuals coming into the country while supporting the LGBTQ+ community, maybe you should reframe that to mean, well, how could you support the LGBTQ+ community while not being anti-theist and thinking that all theists should be banned from entering the country? Because we see very similar anti-LGBTQ+ qualities in the text of the Quran as we do in the Bible. That's my point.
Yeah, I don't think it's an all religion problem. It's a mostly Islam problem. If you look at all of the Muslim majority countries, like how many of those countries is it legal to be gay? Even on the like wider end of the spectrum, when you look at Malaysia and Indonesia, like, yeah, they're not throwing gay people off buildings, but you can still be thrown in jail for being gay. And on the extreme end of the spectrum, like Afghanistan, I would be killed for being gay. So completely incompatible with the West is my main point.
The only reason why it's legal to be gay,
it's not Jewish countries.
Well, it is.
Israel, even though I don't support Israel, by the way, is the only country in the Middle East where it's legal to be gay.
It is, by the way. It is a problem with Christian countries. You don't have Christianity to thank for the legalization of gay marriage in America. You have the rise of secularism to thank for the legalization of being gay in America. I mean, just go back to 2008. Who were the people that were saying that gay marriage should be legal? And who were the people that were saying gay marriage shouldn't be legal? What was the divide? For the most part, it was secularists versus Christians.
Yeah, we keep circling back to Christianity, but
like
that's
you're just saying
main
that
point.
Well,
like my main point is
the reason why I keep on bringing up Christianity is because there could be a parallel made to any argument that you make. Any argument that you want to use to conclude that we should ban Muslims from entering into the country because of the anti-LGBTQ+ actions that we see to be true in the Quran, the anti-LGBTQ+ actions that we see to be taken by countries in which are either ran by Muslim theocracy or have a Muslim majority, very similarly also apply to the Christian religion. And hopefully, like, my point here is not to convince you that you think that we should ban Christians from immigrating into America, but rather just to show you that there is diversity of thought in Christianity. In the same way there's diversity of thought in Islam. In the same way there's diversity of thought in Judaism. You know, like you said that you don't support the state of Israel. Okay, so you probably acknowledge that the state of Israel tries to serve as a monolith for Judaism, and they claim that they have a religious right to engage in their genocide and ethnic cleansing in order to build the greater Israel. Okay, but does this mean that we should all of a sudden be super like bigoted against all Jewish individuals? Does this mean that we should be scared of any and all Jewish individuals immigrated into America because they're okay in accordance with their religion with things like ethnic cleansing and genocide because it's what the Jewish state is doing? No. There's a distinction between the state that claims to be Jewish and acting in accordance with the name of Judaism and the diversity of thought of Jewish individuals, which include many Jewish individuals that completely disagree with the state of Israel. And the parallel would be, let's just take Afghanistan, for instance. There's a distinction between the state, which claims to speak in the name of Islam, okay, and do so with their respective religious authority, and the diversity of thought of Muslims across the globe, many of whom absolutely disagree with what Afghanistan is doing. And more so, we need to be super clear here that Muslim immigrants who want to come to America, well, why do they want to come to America? In a lot of scenarios, it's because they absolutely fucking hate the way that many of these theocracies in the Middle East have contorted the name of their religion and used it for evil and death, the same way Christian theocracies have throughout the history of the world. Theocracy is always really a bad thing. It seems like we've gotten rid of a lot of Christian theocracies today, but due to our destabilization of the Middle East, we actually introduced Islamic theocracies there. And that's another story of its own.
I just think that there's like really no way to like ensure that these people that you're speaking of that want to come here, like to escape the oppressive regimes in the Middle East, are coming here for that purpose. And my next question for you is, do you really think that like Christian extremism and Islamic extremism is like comparable? Like,
yes.
How so?
Because
like
Islamic extremism and Christian extremism are reducible down to the same ideologies. Let's just like envision like what we think an Islamic extremist is. Somebody that thinks that women are fucking dog shit. Somebody that thinks gay people are fucking dog shit. Somebody that thinks non-Muslims are fucking dog shit. Okay? Somebody that might even be okay with killing people that they disagree with. Yeah, I think that this explanation would also apply to Nick Fuentes. This explanation would also apply to the KKK. This explanation would also apply to many of the racist Christian extremists that I talk with on nearly a daily basis, or maybe a monthly basis. I don't get too much of them anymore. The point is that ideologically speaking, absolutely. Absolutely. Not only are they comparable, but they're pretty much identical. Now, like you want to say that, oh, well, we just see more Islamic extremism today. Well, I mean, this just kind of goes back into a conversation that I wanted to start with you moments ago about how the US and the West have destabilized the Middle East, which then created power vacuums for extremist groups to take over to then form Islamic theocracy. Like, dude, Turkey used to have queens. Middle East used to have queens. Like, I'm not even joking. A liberation of women's rights in a way in which we actually didn't see in America, even at the time. We destabilized the region. We created power vacuums. That led to dangerous theocracy. And in the same way, dangerous theocracy, irrespective of the religion, including Christianity all throughout history, has led to human rights violations. That has led to human rights violations. And if you want to say, well, we just have no way of ensuring if the Muslims that want to immigrate into America are good people or bad people, okay. Well, I'm going to keep this in mind the next time I see a Christian immigrant. I'm going to ask myself, are they more like Nick Fuentes? Are they more like the KKK? Or are they more like a lot of Christians watching this live stream that really don't have too big of a problem with gay people and want the greater good for everyone? We have no way of ensuring if they're telling the truth to us.
Okay, but which Christian country is being run by a terrorist organization where they throw gay people off of buildings is my main point. And my next question for you is, if like you want to change my opinion on Trump and like his stance on like how he's handling refugees entering our country, I believe it was only like around 10,000 this year, as opposed to previous years where it was like over 100,000. What would you say to me to convince me to not support Trump as it pertains to my stance on Muslims and the protection of my community?
I already addressed all of this with you. You're saying, oh, which Christian country is throwing like gay people off of bridges and killing them? Okay, well, there really aren't too many Christian theocracies anymore. Because a lot of like the countries that have existed as Christian theocracies over time stabilized and were able to liberate themselves and turn into a democracy. Okay? And that's because of stabilization and secularism. Okay? Like the main regions in the world that we see being destabilized and have been destabilized over the course of the last 75 years, majority to do with the decisions of neocons in our Congress, would be the Middle East and predominantly Muslim countries. They used to be stable, used to be pretty equal, used to be pretty fair. Women used to be able to go outside without covering themselves head to toe, used to be able to go to school, and used to be able to walk outside without a man. We stabilized the regions. That creates power vacuums. That leads to the creation of theocracy. If we want to abolish theocracy, it's not that we need to reject that respective religion. It's that more so we need to stabilize those areas, increase secularism, irrespective of religion, and allow them to flourish on their own. Because this is what happened to Christianity. Okay? It really, it's either that you adopt like my position of like there's a way for religion to be coherent with modern day society, or you adopt the position that there's no way for religion to be coherent with modern day society, and you are precisely anti-theist. But like those two options, like do not include or acknowledge any very like bigoted view of yours where you only focus on one religion, and then you project the very ill-willed beliefs of the minority of fundamentalists onto the majority, and you completely ignore what leads to the creation of theocracy. You completely ignore the existence of Christian theocracy in the past, and you more so just claim, well, we need to stop all Muslim immigration into this nation. That makes no sense. And, you know, it also leads me to believe that you're hypocritical. You're like, oh, like these people are bad. They want to kill gay people. Okay, what about Trump? He raped a woman. What about Trump? He killed Alex Reddy. What about Trump? He killed Renee Good. What about Trump? He has undocumented immigrants detained and deported with no due process and beaten in El Salvador because of their status as an undocumented immigrant. Like I actually see a lot of associations between the belief structures of radical Islamists, radical Christians, and Donald Trump.
What does this have to do with my main point? Is my thing like this? Whataboutism? Like what about Trump? What he did? Blah 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 blah.
Dude, like, I've given you about a doctoral thesis in response to your main point. I've talked so much. I've talked so much in response to your main point. But that was just the, you know, the little cherry on top there at the end where then I wrap it into the president that you support.
Yeah, I don't support everything he does, but that's the main thing I do support is keeping our country safe for LGBT people. A lot of people don't agree with me on it, but I feel like that's very important.
Okay, do you think that we should ban Christianity because Christianity serves as a threat to LGBTQ plus people?
No.
Okay, I'm going to completely just take your argument as it relates to Islam, and then I'm going to wrap it into an argument for why you should support banning Christianity. Why? In the Christian Bible, it says that we should stone gay people to death.
Yeah, but they aren't doing it currently. Like you say in the past,
wait. So you're saying that you don't see like Christian individuals hate criming gay people? You don't see that? Wait. I just want to clarify.
Not to the same degree.
Wait. Why does degree matter? Wait. Why does degree matter? Because like all that I'm concerned is with the material conditions and the welfare of gay people. I don't care if group number 2 is hurting gay people more than group number 1. If group number 1 is hurting gay people at all, they serve as a threat to the LGBTQ+ community in the country that I love. Therefore, we should ban them.
Like, I don't think like a couple like
what's your counter
white
argument?
People from the South is like the same is comparable to Islamist
Whoa.
jihad.
You're talking about just a couple like people individualistically speaking. No, this is a systemic issue, dude. Okay, I mean, just like 3 months ago, we saw an appeal get all the way up to the Supreme Court to re-legalize conversion therapy to like force gay people into a position where they're being indoctrinated into believing that they are not who they are, being taught that they need to deny themselves. And in the past, we've seen, I mean, these radical Christianists' beliefs lead to the criminalization of gay marriage, lead to the criminalization of gay people in the workforce, and materially to the deaths of gay people across the world. And if you want to argue, well, you don't really see too many Christians stoning gay people to death. Well, that's what the Bible tells them to do, dude. Okay. Maybe it's the secularists that are preventing Christians from actually stoning gay people to death because it's surely not God. Okay, and we need to blame all Christians for this too. There's no room for nuance. All Christians are guilty in the same way all Muslims are guilty. Do you see the point?
I'm going to be honest, not really.
Okay, then what's the counter argument? If you don't see the point yet, I'm going to continue riding this one out to the end. I'm gonna continue pressing this one hard.
Like you
oh wait, we're not gonna agree. You don't give a fuck. Then you're not pro LGBT plus. Then you're not pro LGBT plus, bro. I don't know what to tell you. You're not pro-LGBTQ plus. You're telling us that you're okay with Christians being in America, even in light of all the facts that I just shared with you. I mean, how can you even say that you're pro-LGBTQ plus with these ideals? I got to take a call. You got to just sit quietly. For everybody, I have to take this. Sorry, folks. Had to talk to my security advisor. You know, a little bit of an issue. A little bit of an issue today. But the security team took care of it. All right, back to the conversation. I think I'm gonna either ask you to respond to the points or I'm gonna kick you.
You can kick me because I don't think we're gonna like really come to an agreement on this. I'm just like, like, Islam is not comparable to Christianity. I'm sorry, dude.
Okay, listen, I've already said this. Islam is comparable to Christianity in the fundamentalist sense. When we look at fundamentalist sects of Islam and we look at fundamentalist sects of Christianity, they're very comparable in the relevant sense of their ideologies, as well as they're very comparable in the relevant sense of what happens when a theocracy is formed under that religion. We went through historical Christian theocracies and current day Islamic theocracies. We went through the conditions that have created the Islamic theocracies and how that's relevant to U.S. involvement. And we've also went through the conditions that have slowly abolished Christian theocracies over the course of the last 200 years and how those are actually not relevant to Christianity in of itself, but rather secularism. This is very basic history. This is very basic logic. And I think that the very simple conclusion that we should all be able to shake hands on is fundamentalism is a bad thing. But when people are benevolently practicing their respective religion, that's a good thing. I love benevolent Christians. I love benevolent Jewish individuals. And I love benevolent Muslim individuals.
Okay, cool. I have nothing else to add. But thanks for your time.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. I feel like that's one of my stronger arguments, frankly. That was the first successful application of some of the security protocols that we've put in place. I'm really happy about that. That was one of the first successful applications of it, and we have so much more to go. You know, we've been talking about this for the last 2 days, folks. Like literally all of the donations from today and for the foreseeable future will be going into funding security and safety protocols for me, my girlfriend, and my little kitty cats. We have been receiving a lot of threats to the life of me and my girlfriend over the course of the last 5 days with all the false allegations getting lobbed around. I had two options. My first option was to stop the streams and hop off the grid, and my second option is to dump way too much money into the security and safety of me and my family. So if you want to support us, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. The pin message over on that YouTube stream, and the handle is always right there at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's literally just my name, Dean Withers, without the Ian Withers. And by the way, Joshua, I appreciate you for like all the fucking roses, dude. Incredible. I've never seen so many roses. Show some love to Joshua down below in that chat. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Gabe, welcome into eSport Trump.
Hello, Dean.
Gabe is in the bath. Quite frankly, Gabe is in the bath. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Right now, quite frankly. All right, here we go. We got Matt Glazer loading up in the box. Emily Ann, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, says stay safe, Dean. We love you. Love you too, Emily Ann. Thank you for the $10. Same thing to you, Kaylee, Cailee. Thank you for the $15. Who says, hey, if this is the right account with current/last guest, there were current Christian pastors at a pulpit saying gays should be lined up against a wall and shot. So it turns out extreme bigot Christians do want guests dead too. True. Thank you for the $15, Kaylee. I appreciate you for the love. Welcome into eSport Trump.
Can I just say something first?
Oh, shit, I forgot about the split screen on YouTube. Thank you for whoever let me know about that. How long has that been on YouTube? I think that's been on YouTube for like ever. I'm so sorry about the split screen. I'm so sorry about the split screen, folks. I think that we've had the split screen open on YouTube for like literally like 20 or 30 minutes. My bad, folks. Hey, Matt, do you support Trump?
Oh, can I just say something first, though?
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
Uh.
Oh, okay. They're looking at the calendar. Yeah, apparently it's been open over on YouTube for like half an hour. Oh, my bad, guys. My bad, folks. I'm sorry. I totally forgot about it. I totally forgot about it, everybody. I totally forgot about it. Somebody says Dean in 3D. Oh, Jesus Christ. My bad, folks. At least we got it taken care of now. Let's go to get the next guest connected, folks. We got Curtis Hoyle loading up. Thank you for the $10, Cody, who says, Dean, I volunteered as part of my local congressional campaign today, largely due to watching your streams. Thank you for everything that you do. That's awesome, Cody. Appreciate you for the $10. I'm proud of you. Katarina, thank you for the $10, who says, hope you're all staying safe. I appreciate you. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you as well, Eric, for the $20, who says, for the Dean Withers Show. Appreciate you, Eric. Show some love to Eric. Tegan, thank you for the $15, who says, thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you, Tegan, for the kind words and the love. Same thing to you, Barda. Thank you for the $20 for the security fund. I appreciate you, Barda. And Skylar with the $5, who says, your YouTube stream is in double. And that was sent 26 minutes ago. So it's been at least a half an hour of that. My apologies. Welcome into Sport Trump, Curtis. Hello, Curtis. Curtis isn't here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Yo, Joshua's just spamming those gifts, bro. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much so. As well as Gay Uncles. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate you for the love, Gay Uncles. That is very, very kind of you. JJ3 Edits, thank you for the Galaxy as well. Gay Uncles with $100 says, Jamie is worried about you working in AI since 98. What? Since 98? I suggest a robot patrol for the house. Also, please take a day off. I don't know, maybe like one of the only ethical applications of AI, right? I appreciate you for the $100. That is very kind of you. Thank you for the love. Let's get 1,000 Gay Uncle W's down below. As well as T, thank you for the $40 donation, who says, I was going to give you a 20, but here's a 40 for the double Dean we had for like an hour. I'm so sorry, T. Thank you for the $40. Same thing to you as well, M. Thank you for the $20 as well. I appreciate you. Thank you for the love, and really good points, by the way. Really good points. Same thing to you, Chris. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for the love. I'm so happy that you've been enjoying the streams recently. And Lord T with the $10, who says, bring back Dual Dean. Seems like maybe some people even liked it. Gyro, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yo, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, are you currently driving, bro?
No, I'm just in the car.
Alrighty, why don't you tell us why you support Trump?
I just personally feel like he's helped me achieve like the American dream. That's just me personally, and then I don't support abortion.
Okay, how does he help you achieve the American dream, buddy?
He, you know that bonus that he gave to the military. And
yeah, the
1776 or whatever percent raise. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
so
really,
he gave you $1,700, and that helped you achieve the American dream.
Yeah, I have a house.
You bought a house with $1,700?
No, but it helped for sure, right?
Okay.
Like, that was like my first mortgage payment.
Yeah, okay, but you know that he actually took that out of, like, funny enough, subsidies for housing programs for active duty service members, right?
Yeah, I was aware.
So he actually just, like, took money from the military and then gave the money back to the military.
But I feel like if he gave that, if it went to the BAH or whatever, anyways, I wouldn't have seen it, right? It would have just been like general. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, here's my point. Listen, I'm not necessarily telling you it's a bad thing that you got $1,700. But I don't know. I don't really think that that's going to outweigh all of the cons of the administration. And if anything, it just kind of sounds like a bribe to me. Like, you have an oath to uphold the Constitution from enemies overseas and domestic. I think that Donald Trump is a domestic enemy to the Constitution, and I think that this is very clear. He called for the termination of the Constitution. He's either threatened to infringe on or has infringed on 7 amendments and 2 articles in the last year and a half. He tried to overthrow a free and fair election in 2020, and he's just going to buy your support by giving you $1,700. I mean, if there was ever an integrity test for members of the military to adhere to the oath that they took to uphold the Constitution, it would be, well, what's your price tag to, dishonor that oath? And apparently your price tag to dishonor that oath is $1,700, sir.
Damn it. Shit. I wouldn't say that. I don't know.
I mean, what would you say? I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think that Donald Trump is undeniably and absolutely a domestic threat to the Constitution. If you disagree, feel free to give a counter argument, respond to the reasons that I granted, ask for more. Let's start that dialogue. But he is undeniably a domestic threat to the Constitution.
All right.
He left. Okay, we've had a lot of really quick debates today. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. We're just having like a bunch of like 5 second debates today. By the way, Santana, I'm gonna send you an invite. I don't know if you're free or not. Feel free to come up. Feel free to come up if you want, man. Love to have you up here. Plus, I kind of got to use the restroom. Not gonna lie. So if you want to come up, feel free, man. If you're busy, don't worry about it. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Yo, do we get Santana on live? Hello.
Yeah. Sorry, I was setting up some equipment. If you give me just a minute, I'll be good.
Oh, yeah, no, I just randomly sent you that invite, man. If you're busy, don't worry about it. I just saw you in here and thought I'd invite you up.
We're good. I was listening. I was just just finishing setting up some equipment for traveling. But yeah, I'll be G to G in like 5 minutes.
Sounds good, bro. Talk soon.
Yep.
Alrighty. Braxton and Bush, do you support Trump? Braxton Bush is not loading into the live stream, so let's go to get that next guest connected. Only do up inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Y'all already know it. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out that live with a couple friends. Appreciate y'all. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. Let's go ahead and get Garrett connected to the live stream. Here we go. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. Here we go, folks. Alrighty. We got Garrett loading up. Welcome in, Garrett. Do you support Trump? Garrett, hello. Do you support Trump? Okay, Garrett's not here. We're going to kick Garrett and move on to the next guest. We got Beck loading up into the stream. Marley, thank you for the $10 donation over on PayPal. Who says, hey, Dean, some of us want to start a GoFundMe to help cover the costs of your security, protection, and any legal fees. All funds will go straight to you. Do we have your permission to launch? Well, hey, listen, Marley, that's a very kind thought of you. As it stands, no, because I still haven't formally locked in a lawyer. And, I wouldn't ask for any helps on legal fees until I do. Once I do that, I probably will, though. I probably will start a GoFundMe or something. Because I have a bunch of people on that list. Very expensive. Probably the most expensive endeavor of my life to date, when it happens. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Michael, do you support Trump? Okay, Michael's not here. We're going to go to get the next guest connected. We got Richard loading inside of the queue. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Richard, okay, man. I was about to ask you how old you are, but you sound like you're above 18.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, man, just give me a minute here to thank a couple people, and the mic before will be yours, okay? I appreciate you so much for the $5, Annalise. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Kimmy. Thank you for the $5. Marianne, thank you for the $10. I'm not going to read that out loud for obvious reasons, Marianne, but just know that I appreciate you. Joshua, thank you for the $12, who says, hey, mate, I'm a British lad living in America. Also the guy on TikTok gifting you a few quid. Can I debate you? Oh, interesting, Joshua. Sure, I'll invite you up next. Shay, thank you for the $24 donation on PayPal. He says, thank you so much, Dean, for educating the American people. I'm a silent watcher and have watched your debates for months. You are the smartest, most sophisticated young man I've ever met. Well, that's a huge compliment. Thank you so much, Shay. You're my biggest inspiration. I hope you stay safe. Well, thank you for the kind words, Shay. You sound like a fantastic person yourself. And thank you for the $25 as well. Let's get 250 Shay W's. And then Tegan, thank you so much for the $28. I actually already thanked you earlier, but I guess I'll thank you again. Huge shout out to Tegan. Go ahead and take it away, Richard. Tell us why you support Trump.
So mostly because of tax reasons, especially for the military, like the last guy said.
Your bio says everybody deserves love, but you don't.
Okay, sorry. I was going through something when I made it, but...
Oh, you're having a little bit of a rough patch in your life. I get it.
It was. Sorry about that.
Okay, continue the argument. Are you trolling? This guy's trolling. Bye. Quite frankly. Well, I was gonna invite Joshua up, but I don't see him anymore. Looks like Joshua just left. I mean, I'll try to invite him nonetheless. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. We sent Joshua an invite to join. Let's go to get him up here. Joshua, hello. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yeah, I do actually. I'm a British guy living in America, so.
Yeah, let me
I think I was
verify
there
that you live in America, man. What time was it?
7:56.
What state are you in?
Washington.
Wait. Washington what?
I can't fucking pronounce. I just I go to like this technical college. It's in Tacoma, I think. Tacoma.
Okay. It is not 7:56. I hope you have a good rest of your day, Joshua.
The funny thing about that is there is a technical college in Tacoma, but again, it's not 7:56.
Yeah, you know, yeah, it is 4:57 in Washington State right now. I appreciate you, Joshua. I appreciate you for the love, but I'm not gonna lie, man. I do hold and adhere my rules in a complete sense. We gotta adhere to them completely, my friend. We gotta adhere to them completely. But thank you for the love. Show some love to Joshua down below in that chat nonetheless. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We're looking for the next guest right now, folks. We're looking for the next guest right now. We got Isabella loading up inside of the queue. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Can you debate my dad?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm not 18, but my dad is obviously.
I know. I expect that you'd be under the age of 18. I just gotta get your age.
15.
Do you have any posts of you on your account? No, you don't. Perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and throw your dad on.
Okay, let me go get him.
Okay, she just left. Nice. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. Only up inside of the box if you do happen to be a supporter of Trump. I'd really appreciate it so much, everybody, if you could try your very best to follow the rules. And Centeno, let me know when you're good to go, my friend. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We're going to go to get Lil Ramboy connected to the live stream. Hey, Michelle, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo for the security fund. America needs ya. I appreciate you, Michelle. That's very kind of you. Let's get 1,000 Michelle W's down below. I appreciate you for your support. Yeah, like I said, all of the donations from today and for the foreseeable future will be going directly into the security of me and my girlfriend. Really expensive endeavor, but a necessary endeavor in order to continue these live streams while knowing that me and my family are safe. Thank you for the $100. That is very kind of you. Let's get 1,000 Michelle W's down below. Genuinely, that is insane. Josephina, thank you for the $20, who says, hate the reputation that the South has. We have an extremely large LGBTQ plus population, especially among POC. It's also the most diverse region of the U.S. Yeah, it's just because of, the historical roots of the South and the candidates that the South seems to still vote for today. But there's still a bunch of great people down there. I could attest to that. Little Ramboy, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What's up? Lately, I'll be honest. See, I'm not a big political person, but I did support Trump. I didn't vote this election. But
how old are you?
If I would have voted, I would have voted Trump at the time.
How old are you?
23.
Okay, and why do you support this lunatic, dude?
Well, Republican, right?
Okay, so you're saying you support him because he's a Republican. Is that the claim?
Not just because he's a Republican, but
and because of
like the Democrats, there's a lot of things that they do that's not good.
Okay, so you support Trump because you don't like the people who don't support Trump. Okay, so what do the Democrats do that have put you in the situation where you support Trump as president? Let's go through it.
I mean, I'm not gonna go like to the Democrats right now, but isn't Trump actually making America better?
No. There is not a single demonstrable way that you could point towards to articulate how and why America is better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden.
Are you okay with immigrants coming here?
Yeah, I'm pro-immigration. Can you point towards one demonstrable way that America is better off today than it was a year and a half ago under the Dems? Could you do that for me?
I mean, Joe Biden was old. Like he couldn't really like.
And Trump is
also,
actually going to end his term being older. But that wasn't the question that I asked you. I asked you to articulate one demonstrable way in which America's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden.
Well, he's taking care of the immigrants, right? That's one thing.
Okay, by taking care of the immigrants, do you mean like brutally, like torturing in El Salvador and illegally deporting? Like, are you talking about his deportation?
That's one part.
Okay, well, that's actually not a way that America's better off. Maybe that could be a thing that you think is making America better off, but that wouldn't be America being better off in of itself. So what's like one material way that we're better off today? Do we have more money? Are real median wages higher? Or is GDP growth faster? Are there more jobs? Is there lower inflation? What's one macroeconomic indicator that's better today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
I'll say this: you were right about the like the jobs. Like the job market's been the worst it's been. I heard you like months ago say something like that.
That was right.
Which I agree with you on that.
So what's one way that America's better off, please?
One way that America's better off. See, I stray away from politics. I think there's a lot of weird stuff that goes on, and like to be honest with you, I don't support either side now.
Okay, so you're completely backing down?
I mean, can you give me something to like research? Like,
okay, yeah, sure. Research more progressive politicians of the likes of James Tallarico, Zohar Mamdani, and Abdul Al Saeed. Look at their platforms. Look at their policy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's New York.
Look at their platforms. Look at their policy, and look at what they're doing for we the people to fight for affordability. Then you will realize that the only way forward is with progressive politicians, further left than the establishment. And I think that you may find your support vested there. That was the fastest debate ever.
Here's one thing I want to say though. The Florida governor. I'm pretty sure you've heard about that. Like Byron Donalds, James.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm kicking you. Just because you said that you supported Trump, you said you had a reason. I pressed you on it, and then you just dropped that reason. I will be removing you, but I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be here for debates. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA folks. If you do want to support me, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on the YouTube stream. The handle's always right there at the top of the phone screen too. Just make sure that you get every letter right in that handle. If you get even one character wrong, you'll send it to a scammer. All of the donations for today and the foreseeable future will be going right into funding the security and safety of me and my loved ones, because we've been getting some crazy ass threats recently. Matthew, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey.
That would be a 5-year-old. Goodbye, Matthew. Helena, are you connected to the live stream? Daniel, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I don't support either side.
All right. I hope you have a good rest of your day. We're specifically looking for people that do support the right side. Santana cammed up. Hell yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm here. Right. So I don't know if you debate people who aren't like.
How you doing?
Can you hear me
Santana?
okay?
We can hear you just fine.
No, okay. Yeah, no, I'm good. Traveling to see family and
nice.
You know how it is to set up equipment while you're on the go, so.
Oh, I've done it many times. That person has a crazy echo. I've done it many times, man. I've done it many times. Now I have like a whole traveling studio set up, and it takes me like an hour to set up and break down.
Really? See, that's what I need to do is and I think it's more so me, but I got to figure out how to get quicker about setup and breakdown.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something that you just get quicker at the more that you do it. Also for packing, I have a suitcase dedicated to the streaming setup, and I just put everything in that suitcase, and then I'm good to go. Let's go to get the next guest connected, because I also do this dual stream from a computer when I'm on the go, and TikTok and YouTube. It's a mess. Welcome to Jake. Do you support Trump? Thanks, Jake. You're banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got the greatest corn dog loading up in here. As soon as we are able to get the next guest connected, folks, I'm going to quickly go pee. So, yeah. Welcome in the GOAT corn dog. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. But that's really not the topic I want to be talking about right now, because from what I heard a couple debates ago is your ideals on Christianity is hatred towards gay people, when the only thing I've ever seen in my journey through Christianity is love.
Wholly missed the point. Wholly missed the point. You completely missed the point. Dude,
no, because you said the Bible supports stoning gay people.
You completely missed the point. You literally could not have missed the point more. So I was talking to somebody that said, "Oh, we need to like criticize every single Muslim because some Muslims hate gay people," and the counterpoint was, "Okay, well, do you hold the same logic to be true about Christianity?" And they were like, "No." So then I applied their logic to Christianity as a critique of their position to demonstrate to them why they're wrong.
Well, shit. My bad, Dean. Have a good rest of your day.
We're going to get the next guest up here. Joshua, thank you for all the fucking goat gifts. Holy cow. Okay, he just completely missed the point. It's fine. Let's go to get the next guest, Gabby, connected. Gabby, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I actually do not, but I would like your...
Based. Thank you so much for the cool little DJ set. That's awesome. Let's go to get the next guest, Zeno, connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be here for debate. Heavenly, we're about to mute you over on YouTube if you don't stop spamming. I just thought I'd give you a heads up since you seem to be a member of the team. Oh, I'm sorry. You got Heavenly. Nothing I could do to help you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate, everyone. Who do we got next? We got Max Deluxe next. Here we go. Welcome to Sport Trump, Max.
Yes.
How old are you?
21.
What are your pronouns?
Female.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2005.
Are you British?
Yes, I am.
Oh, we're just looking for people in America. Go drink your tea and crumpets.
Wait. Who said I didn't live in America?
Oh, I guess you didn't. Okay, all right. Do you live in America?
Yes, I do.
What time is it?
8:08.
Oh, shit. What state are you in?
Houston. Wait,
No.
Wait.
Not only is Houston not a state, but it's also not 808 in Houston. It's either 608 or 708. I don't know if they're mountain or central. But it's not Eastern.
I think it's 7 right now.
Yeah, they're probably
708 for them.
Probably central. Guys, I really need to use a restroom. I'd appreciate it so much if you guys could stop fucking around so we could get somebody up here to debate and I could excuse myself to go pee. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only to hop inside of the queue if you happen to be here for debate, everybody. I'd really appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to get the next guest, Ethan, connected. Make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen and share out this live with a handful of friends, folks. Welcome into Sport Trump, Ethan.
We are Charlie Kirk.
We are not Charlie Kirk. We do not carry the flame. Get the heck out of here. Get the heck out of here. I won't say fuck because that was a kid. I won't curse at a child. But I will say get the heck out of here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, folks. I'm looking at the queue. I'm trying to find somebody to come up here for a debate. I'm not really finding too many people. I'm going to be honest. This is a pretty difficult one today. I'm sorry for the lack of debates, folks. We just have a lot of trolls. I'm really trying my best. I promise. I'm like really trying my best. Oh, fuck. Woo! That felt good. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Looking for the next guest right now, guys. I'm so sorry that it's taken forever. Folks. Look for the next guest. Ooh, that really felt good. Ooh, getting that nice little back stretch in there. We love that back stretch. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Carson, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey, Carson, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you born in?
May 10th, 2007.
Okay, let me thank a couple people, and then the mic of the floor will be yours. Thank you, Robbie, for the $1 on Venmo. Thank you, Darren, for the $5 on Venmo. And Jesse, thank you for the $11 donation, who says, hey, thank you so much for the love, Jesse. I'm going to keep that to myself. I remember the message that you're referencing. Just thank you so much. Let's get 100 Jesse W's. Same thing to Rhea. Thank you so much for the $10 as well. He says, how do you feel about the Lindsay Clancy case? Well, I actually wasn't really familiar with it at all until last night. I mean, it seems like the wife killed the children. Seems like she admitted to it. Maybe there's some concerns of the state failing to uphold their burden of giving her ample psychiatric care. but it seems like she admitted to killing her kids. I don't know. I've maybe done about 10 minutes of research on the case. I saw 2 TikToks about it, so maybe I'm misled, but that's what I saw. So maybe my thoughts aren't too developed due to the fact that it's 10 minutes of research at like 2 a.m., but that's what I saw. Carson, go to take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
Hi, yeah. So you are.
A lot of the people are saying that the husband did it. I'm not that deep in the lore. I just saw a TikTok last night from 2 lawyers. I saw a singular TikTok from 2 lawyers where they were like, well, she admitted it. And I was like, okay. And that's all I know about the case.
I'm just finding out about it as well. I mean, similar situation, but from everything that I've been hearing so far, I need to look into it more. But apparently, there's like some foul play on the side of the husband who played on her mental instability or something. I don't know. There's a lot to it. Apparently, like there's a lot to it.
Yeah. All I know is all I know is what I saw in a 2-minute TikTok video last night. So. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We have a reoccurring guest joining the panel. I think that today might be the day, Justin. Today might be the day, Justin. Justin? Do you have your grandpa ready to debate?
Gramps is right in front of me, Dean.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Fucking 4 days for that? That guy has been spamming me for 4 fucking days in the stream, all stream long for that, just to be in the bath. Welcome in, Onyx. Do you support Trump?
I do. Hi, Dean.
Hello.
Hi, Santana.
Okay, Onyx. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't... You're above the age of 18? Just to clarify.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome, Onyx. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. Since you got your face cam on, and so does Santana, I'm actually going to go ahead and just throw y'all on the YouTube stream, too, since everybody's camming up. Good to have you here. Folks, while we're preparing for this next debate, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen of yours. Share out this live with a handful of friends. Happy to have you all in here. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. Drop a comment down below. Okay. Let's go ahead and get their face cams over on YouTube. Their face cams are on YouTube. I quickly want to thank a couple people on PayPal, and then we should be good to go. Perfect. Thank you so much for the $11, Lucas, who didn't attach a message to the love, just sent it right on through. I appreciate you. That's very kind of you, Lucas. Let's get 100 Lucas W's. Same thing to you, Eric, E-R-I-K. Thank you for the $95 donation on PayPal. Wow. Thank you so much, Eric. Let's get 1,000 Eric W's. Thank you so much. That is fantastic of you. That is very, very kind. That is so much money, and I'm very, 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 very fucking grateful. Eric with $100
You just made $100 in 5 minutes. That's amazing.
Well, yeah, I'm very grateful for Eric. Eric with $100 says, security fund from the Netherlands. Oh, I love the Netherlands. Shout out to you guys and shout out to you. I appreciate you for the $100. That'll go a very long way, and I appreciate you for the love and support, man, especially right now. Thank you. Then over at Super Chat, thank you so much, Lord T, for the $10. I appreciate you. Alright, it looks like we're all caught up. Just to repeat, guys, if you do want to support me, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. The handle's always right there. It lives on the top of the phone screen on TikTok, Dean Withers without the letter E in Withers, and it's also always in the pinned comment over on YouTube as well. All of the donations today and for the foreseeable future will go directly into funding safety and security for me and my girlfriend due to the enormous amount of threats that we've been receiving over the course of the last 5 days due to false allegations.
Oh, you're serious? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, before we move forward, I just want to say I'm sorry that you're going through this.
Oh, that's very kind of you. I'm going to have to hop up here in a moment and use a restroom, so you'll be talking to Santana, but I want to stay here while you explain why you support Trump. Why don't you take it away?
Okie dokie.
Hello.
So why do I support Trump? I think for a couple reasons. First and foremost, I think what happened during COVID and the complete failure I think the Biden administration did to the average American, and when I say average American, I'm talking about people in our generation. We are going to, well, let me rephrase that. The reason why I support Trump is because I do believe our nation has to regroup, and it's not just the individual, it's the meaning he's bringing back to the United States. I'm noticing more young people get involved in politics. I'm noticing more people learn about the like due process in ways that they've never learned. I'm in awe of the way in which policies like affirmative action have been. I want to be very careful because I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but I do think moving towards an America First type paradigm instead of these like tribalistic we're only supporting one another because we are both Black or gay or whatever. I think that does a disservice to the nation. I think it reduces people to like boxes, and I think Donald Trump and this administration, for better or worse, are reminding us as a collective that we need to put in work, actual work in building our nation, and that's not a Black or white issue. And I feel like the past administration was very divisive.
Yeah, interesting. I guess to me that was all pretty vague. I did write it all down. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna use the restroom,
Sorry,
Santana.
I'm a woman. I can be more specific. I'm trying to
I
be
got
ready.
it. No,
Santana,
you're
why
good.
do you take it
I
away?
have to pee.
For everybody watching, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Take it away, Santana.
So, question for you. You spoke on basically how this administration is, for lack of better words, unifying the country instead of focusing on the individual aspects of the country.
Yeah.
You know, I
At
think
least
that
you
the
got it.
individual I think the individual aspects of the country is what makes us unique as a whole, right? I mean, that's been the history of our country. But can you specifically tell me what unifying piece of legislation, initiative, anything that the Trump administration has done that benefits the whole of America, Americans, not just specifically white Christian males?
Right. No identities. Gotcha. Sure. I would say if we look at the executive order, I can't remember the number, but it's called the, I want to say, Anti Illegal Discrimination Act. So it was passed January 1st, 2025. And
I know what you're talking about.
And the affirmative action one, right?
That's not for affirmative action. Affirmative action was overturned by the Supreme Court. What that actually did was remove the provisions from
look
the
up the
contracts.
executive order. Look up it's a policy that was passed, and I read it the black and white letter, and it essentially said, in the past, the executive order that was passed during the Biden administration not forced, but it had certain standards for federally contracted businesses.
Yep, I was just going there. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, in this executive order, it claimed we are no longer using that standard for
yes.
federal contractors.
Would you like to know what it actually did to the federal contracts?
Sorry, what?
Would you like to know what it actually did for the federal contracts?
Actually did. Wait, before we go there, can we finish the first premise, which is how did this benefit all Americans?
Oh, I thought that was your answer.
Well, you asked me to point to a policy, so I did.
Right, and so I'm responding to it. So
Sorry.
that doesn't benefit all Americans, and the executive order.
Why?
I'm going to explain to you. The executive order removed the provision that stopped contractors from being able to segregate. So literally, that actual portion that was in.
Part again?
The portion that the executive order removed was a provision within the federal contracts that stopped people from being able to actually segregate inside a federal building. So the executive removed that provision within the federal contract. And now people, if they're actually signing up for federal contracts, they can segregate, like literally black, white, whatever. That's what that executive order did.
That's not, I mean, I see what you're saying, Santana, but I do think that is, that what you said kind of grossly mischaracterizes what it actually did, which was it was no longer going to formally require the enforcement of certain anti-discrimination classes in federal contracts, because it would inadvertently actually support more discrimination. So to your point, right, if you remove it from the books, you just allow people to naturally do what they would naturally want to do.
Wait, can your argument be summed up to the sentence that Trump is reducing discrimination?
No, because I want to sound fancy.
Okay, but that is a proper reduction of your claim.
No, that's not.
So it's an
say that?
improper reduction of your claim to say that Donald Trump is reducing discrimination?
Before I say I don't think so, I'd like to know how you got there.
Sure, yeah, because you said that he's unifying the nation, and he's like, telling and teaching everybody how we need to be America first, and he's implementing this through the government by like overturning affirmative action or like DEI protocol in the workplace. Okay, so it seems like you're saying that Donald Trump is a good president because he's America first in the sense that he's taking people out of their various boxes and reducing the discriminations of other individuals' boxes. And summing that up into one sentence would be as simple as saying Trump is a good president because he's anti-discrimination and reducing discrimination in the nation.
Also, just FYI, you can take a look. It was the FCR regulation clause, and I mean, if you want,
Can you read it
everyone
out loud?
reported.
I'm about to roller skate, so I don't have my computer in front of me.
Sure. The GSA dropped the specific federal acquisition regulation clause that explicitly barred federal contracts from maintaining separate restrooms, lunchrooms, or water fountains. You can look like the New York Times ran an article on it. NPR ran an article on it. Reuters, this was a big thing.
Right, but what I'm asking Santana for you to do, so the federal government, every administration posts the executive orders on a government website. There you will find the black letter law of the executive order, because when we're talking federally, right? I'm not talking, okay. When this executive order was passed on the 1st, it applied to every single federally contracted contractor in America. I would argue what you just pointed out was how do I say this? A subset, I guess, of the federal overreaching law.
I don't know how much you've actually read any of Donald Trump's executive orders.
Let's just move forward.
We're sitting here quietly. Can you please let one of us finish a sentence? Yeah, the executive order, all of his executive orders are long and there's a lot of fluff. But if you look at the actual EO and the specifics of what it did, the main thing was the impact to the actual FAR clause. Everything else is still in place. And the clause
what's your source, Santana?
The source is the executive order, but you can look at the article from
what
NPR.
You were reading from sounds like an interpretation of the outcome. It doesn't sound like you're actually reading the black letter law, which I did read.
First of all, the executive order is not a law. The executive order is not a law.
It is not a law. You're correct.
I can pull up the EO if you want. I'm telling you, it's a long, fluffy piece, but there's multiple outlets that reported on the cause of the actual removing of the clause. That's why I cited NPR, Reuters, BBC. Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, listen, I want you guys to be able to finish the delineation of this one specific minuscule executive order. But once you do, I want to be able to bring this to the broad picture. Because
you can go ahead. I don't think we're gonna find.
Well, thank you for your time, Santana.
This debate is actually very, very fucking simple. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
you don't have to be mean.
Your claim amounts to what you're saying amounts to the claim that Donald Trump is reducing discrimination in America. Okay, that claim is patently and evidently false.
No, that's not my claim.
Well, then reduce your claim down to one sentence.
The Trump administration has allowed American citizens to further take their citizenship very seriously, and not hyperfixate on personal ideological identity differences, but to put the nation first.
Oh, okay. So that's also completely false. No, Donald Trump has actually caused more individuals to literally fixate on their personal identity than otherwise, due to the fact that now if your personal identity includes being black or brown, ICE can use that as an identifying factor to detain you on the basis of your race for possible illegal detention. Okay. No, I think that Donald Trump has made individuals significantly more focused on their identity, such as with overturning Roe v. Wade, sending abortion rights back down to the state, leading to many states banning abortion, now putting the access to healthcare and human rights of 66 million American women and girls on the line. Okay. Donald Trump has made individuals focus on their personal identity in a way that has led individuals' identities to be condemned, discriminated, and persecuted by the state at the federal level in a way in which we did not see previously. There is no put your personal identity behind you and put the future of the country in front of you when your personal identity in of itself is on the line and being attacked day in and day out by these thugs in DC. Now, you made a claim there. You said that abortion is not healthcare. That was patently false. Abortion is 110% healthcare, and anybody who would deny that would be a fool.
Well, I don't think we have to reduce each other to fools and idiots, right? We could just.
I didn't say that you're a fool. I said anybody who denied that's a fool.
Because I am that person, right? I am that person saying abortion is not healthcare. Abortion is murder, and the government has a duty to protect all of its citizens, and unborn American citizens at that are a class that I would argue deserve protection.
I want to debate you on this.
If we're going to do the
shit.
whole identity politics thing.
I want to debate you on this shit. Feel free to respond whatever you want to whatever else I said. I want to focus on that. Okay, it doesn't look like you want to respond. Perfect. Yeah, let's focus on that.
Wait,
You
hold
said
on.
a couple...
No, I didn't. I thought you were talking to Santana. Sorry.
No, I was talking to you. I was asking if you wanted to respond to anything else that I said about how Donald Trump is actually encouraging individuals to focus on their personal identities to a higher extent. And after you respond to that, I want to focus on your claim that abortion is murder and the government has a duty to protect their citizens, including unborn citizens in the uteruses of women.
Okay, sure, of course. And I would argue ICE has been very active, and it's not just in this administration. We could even look towards the Obama administration, where he, I think, what was that? Put children in cages. Arguably, this isn't a black or brown, do you look a legal thing. It is we have an unprecedented amount of undocumented people breaking the law, and the government is simply enforcing its boundaries. It doesn't just exclusively attack brown and black or brown people. If you are a brown person and you're a citizen, you're not going to be held liable by ICE. I think the ICE's main concern isn't locking up brown people. Its concern is protecting our borders, which is, I think exactly what Trump is doing is an American first policy when he does that. I don't think the Biden administration took America's borders seriously at all. That's an issue.
Okay, fantastic. So you're wrong about a lot. You said that, well, we've seen many previous administrations really just squeeze ICE for their full potential, including Obama. So this actually isn't really true in the sense that I think you're making it to be. Last year, ICE deported the most undocumented immigrants that ICE has ever deported at around 650,000. And that is the most undocumented immigrants deported by ICE in a single fiscal year in the history of this nation. Okay, like in the history of this nation. The second closest year doesn't even come close. Okay, like I'm pretty sure that the second closest year of deportations done by ICE was literally 200,000 the year prior under Biden. And Obama, he disproportionately used CBP, which is different than ICE for his deportations. You also made claims about him caging children at the border. So, I mean, I think that what a lot of Trump supporters discuss when referring to the Obama cages is just like completely misleading. There were detention centers that were built under Obama, and they were not built to house.
There were detention. Sorry.
Okay, you cut
when
me
you
off,
say
man.
Detention center, are you referring to the cages?
Yeah, the cages where we would hold the overflow of children in to keep them separated from the adults to make sure that the adults couldn't do anything to them, and also to not separate them from their families. And the only times that you'd see children alone in cages is when they arrived at the border alone. Yeah,
So
I mean, I would
itself
highly recommend doing research into that.
I just want
But
to make sure that you knew
okay,
what you were
respond once, but I want to debate you on the whole abortion thing. You were actively running away from that.
Oh yeah. Okay. Do you want to move forward?
Yeah, you feel free to respond to the last thing that I said, but then I want you to debate you on the abortion
Okay, yeah,
thing.
I mean, you're gonna call them detention centers because it sounds pretty, but it's still the same in principle, dehumanizing brown and black children.
No,
right?
No, I completely reject that. Under
Okay, so
Obama, under Obama, between 2013 and 2014, the number of unaccompanied minors that showed up at the border rose by 80%. We had this major fluctuation in unaccompanied kids showing up to the southern border. Okay, and unlike families or like individual adults, we couldn't just fucking dump them in the country and label them as asylum seekers. Okay, you can't just dump a kid onto the street and let them find a place to stay. Okay, so act fast because of the 80% increase in unaccompanied minors showing up at the border. The Obama administration got these super large warehouses and put up chain link fences inside. And the reason why they used these warehouses and fences was because they literally didn't have the time to do anything else. Okay, it was for the safety of the children to not only keep them from getting dumped on the streets of the country, but also to keep them separate from adults because of the major fluctuation in unaccompanied minors that showed up at the southern border. And that's just a fact.
Okay, so
I won't defend everything that Obama did, but this one specific thing that
got
Obama did was like literally the best possible thing that we could have done.
Okay, so again, I just think you're picking and choosing when you think something's dehumanizing just because you don't like the guy. It
And that's a
doesn't
straw
matter
man.
what.
I literally just gave an argument for why this was necessary. A, the major
And I would argue
and
that-
fast
and
escalation in the amount of unaccompanied minors showing up at the border. B, the fact that there was no alternative because we couldn't just dump them on the street. And C, the fact that the reason why they had to build these warehouses with the chain-linked areas was A, to keep them safe from the adults, and B, because we had to get these facilities up fast due to the major increase in unaccompanied minors crossing the border.
And my argument would be because of the almost embarrassing way Kamala Harris handled the border during her administration, this overreach is actually just trying to balance the entire fuck up and neglect that the last administration did. And so these numbers that you're pointing to are reasonable given the almost intentional neglect that happened during that administration. So I mean, you can justify it the way you want to, but I want to get to abortion.
Okay, perfect. You pivoted away from the cages. You went to Obama and Biden. You went to Biden and Trump. Perfect. Now we'll talk about abortion.
Oh, no, we can go back, but
No, it's fine. You decided to pivot. All right, perfect. We'll put in it there.
Oh
You said that
my Lord
abortion
Jesus
is not
Christ.
healthcare, it's murder. And you said that it's murder because our government has a duty and obligation to protect our citizens. In fact...
No. That's not why it's murder. It's murder because it's the intentional unaliving of a human being. That is the legal definition, and the government has a duty to protect all of its citizens. So the way we do that is by enforcing. What is murder always wrong?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then you have to redefine the term used, because you just defined murder as the intentional killing of a human being. If you think if you think that murder is always wrong, then you have to label it the unjustified termination of a human life, which is, by the way, the right definition. That's a definition that I use. Okay, because it's improper and it doesn't make any sense to call, like, for instance, self-defense murder. Okay, even if that is the intentional ending or termination of a human life, because it's not wrong. Okay, like, murder is wrong by definition in the sense that it is defined as the unjustified termination of a human life.
Okay, so this is the thing. The reason why self-defense is not considered murder is even though you are intentionally taking a life, it is a reasonable. Okay, I see why you said unjustified. Fine, we'll allow it.
Okay, then also I don't think that direct intent is required. I think either direct intent or negligence is required, or like the foreseeability of the outcome is required. But we don't even need to get into that for now.
Foreseeability. So I'm sorry.
You continue to interrupt me every like 2 words.
I'm excited, sorry, and a little nervous, but go ahead.
So what do you want to know?
I'll try to do better.
What?
Isn't foreseeability, doesn't that imply intention?
No, not
like
necessarily.
Even if
I could give you an example. So, like, let's just say that I really like loud noises, and I know that I own a gun that makes loud noises, and I also know that there's like children on the other side of this wall of my office. But because I really like loud noises, I decided to pick up my gun and point it at that wall and pull the trigger, only with the intention of like really getting like joy out of the explosion. Of the
that joy off the noise,
yeah. But it like goes through the wall and kills a child on the other side of the wall. Like, okay, yeah, like I murdered that child, even though I didn't directly intend to murder that child. That's why I don't think that direct intention is a necessary prerequisite for the way that we define murder. But I'm just going to be honest, it really doesn't matter for the abortion debate.
The issue though is if you are a pew owner, you are required by law to at least have some form of understanding of how to operate a pew legally.
No.
And if you decided to go against that training, yes, you have to be a licensed pew owner. Most people take,
No, it totally depends on by
I'm
state.
just saying, because you are a licensed pew owner, that you have a legal obligation to abide by justified use of that weapon. And if you just wanted to use the weapon to get that noise, you would be going against the training and the obligation that you told the law you would abide by being a pew owner. So that was an intentional thing to do.
You're wrong to say that there's any federal law that requires gun owners to be trained on gun ownership.
I said, wait, hold on. Each state has interpreted the Second Amendment differently. And to operate a pew legally, different states have different regulations.
Okay, cool, man. I'm just going to explain to you why you're wrong. I'm just going to explain to you why you're wrong. This has nothing to do with the fact that it would be murder, even though there's no direct intent.
It does, because here's the parallel. Because as a pew owner, you have specialized knowledge, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why foreseeability can actually be grounded in intent. If you are a woman having schmecks
No, foreseeability is not.
unprotected,
Foreseeability
there is
there's a difference between intention and foreseeability. Foreseeability is
that's
knowledge.
why we did the
Intention
whole,
is motivation
that's
for
why
action.
I disagree with you, buddy.
I just told you the difference. Foreseeability is knowledge that was possessed, and then intention is motivation for acting. Not all knowledge is not all knowledge is motivational.
Correct.
I'm literally
say that again.
I'm saying I'm okay. You need to listen closely, please. Okay? Foreseeability would be knowledge. Intention would be motivation to act. Not all reason and not all knowledge is being stipulated as the motivation for the act in the hypothetical that I gave you. And the hypothetical that I gave you of me picking up my gun, pointing at the wall and pulling the trigger because I want to hear loud noises, even though I know that there's children on the other side, like, sure, yeah, I might possess some like level of knowledge in the sense that it's foreseeable that it will kill children on the other side of the wall. But this knowledge is being stipulated as non-motivational in the sense that truly all in which is motivating me to pull that trigger is wanting to hear a loud noise. Okay?
Correct.
So
However,
if you accept that intention would be the motivation to act, well, then you would accept by fiat, because that's not one of the stipulations in the hypothetical I provided as a motivation to act, that it would lack the intention to kill people. Okay, but I want to get to the abortion debate. You want to get bogged down in semantics, but I'll still kick your ass in semantics too.
We don't have to do that, and my battery's running low, so it's not.
Oh, but I will.
I don't think intention is a motivation to act. It is a choice or a decision that you should have known given your specialized knowledge. You, even if your intent wasn't to, I don't know, take the life of someone, for example, you would still be held accountable for manslaughter if you got behind the wheel and started drinking. Your intent wasn't to unalive someone, but you will be held accountable because of that specialized knowledge.
You reject that intention is defined as motivation to act? That's just the definition.
In a legal sense. In a legal sense,
I don't care about I don't care about a legal sense. I know.
That's the only way it matters to me.
Wait, really? Okay, so abortion's not murder in states where abortion's legal?
We're talking about.
So I just want to clarify. You don't think that abortion is murder in states where it's legal?
Wait.
Since you're only discussing these terms in a legal sense, you do not think that abortion is murder in states where abortion is legal?
No.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay, perfect. So you're not talking about murder in a legal sense. Good to know. Good to know. Thank you so much for the concession. I appreciate you.
That was a good one. I'll give you a point. Let's keep going.
Okay, fantastic. So we could get bogged down in the semantics of what murder is all day. I have no clue why you'd reject these things. Like, you literally just said, "Oh, I don't think that intention is motivation to act." Yes, it fucking is. Okay. If I ask you, okay, what was your intention in joining this live stream? That question would be identical to me asking you, what was your motivation in joining this live stream? No, stop talking. Stop, please. You're interrupting me. If you get a steak for dinner and I say, what's your intention in getting a steak for dinner? That question is identical to the question, what is your motivation in getting steak for dinner? So when you baselessly rejected, okay, that intention is not motivation to act, you were completely wrong, because within any reasonable sense of the way we use and communicate in the English language, intention is identical to motivation for action. That's what intention is. If you reject that intention is motivation for action, then you have no way to define intention. And I just don't know why you would reject that understanding of intention, because it's not even relevant to the debate about abortion, and I feel like you just want to bog us down on semantics before we discuss the meat on the bone.
Well, the issue with, I mean, sure, I could see why you would think that if you were defining intention based off of motivation. But if we're talking about schmurder, the law does not define intention in that way.
You've already accepted that we're not talking about what the law says, because you still think that abortion is murder in states where it's legal. Bro, just concede. It's literally just a concession on what
she's trying so hard not to concede, but she has to concede.
I don't know what I'd be
We're not even on the that you can murder somebody without intention, either through foreknowledge or negligence.
Sorry, I was talking while you were talking.
Yeah, because I define murder as the unjust termination of human life. Then you're like, no, it has to be intentional, and now I'm describing to you why it doesn't. Okay, but then you rejected my description of why murder doesn't have to be intentional. And it's like, okay, well, the reason why your rejection is wrong is because it's being stipulated that X was not a motivation to act in the hypothetical. Okay, so you concede perfect. So now let's go on to the meat on the bone, because remember, this is supposed to be an abortion debate. I asked you why you think that abortion is murder.
You have to be smug about this, though.
Okay, I'll try not to be smug. Okay, and then you said because you just think it's the unjust termination of human life. Perfect. So why is it unjustified to terminate the life of a fetus?
Because I hold the belief that all human beings have a right to life, liberty, and happiness. Okay. And that is because you are a human being who has the capacity to reason, et cetera, and therefore, and also I come from a Christian perspective as well, that your moral value is founded in God, and that because of that alone, someone just taking your life unjustified is immoral and wrong.
You just contradicted yourself. Your first statement was that you think every human has value grounded within the fact that they're a human with a capacity for reason. And then you went on to say every human has value grounded within the fact that God gave them that value. Okay, so those are two different things. Correct. That's a contradictory claim. Let's focus on the first one.
But God gives you reason.
Okay. Well, then it's not the capacity for reason that makes us valuable. It's God that makes us valuable. So you were wrong when you said that the thing that makes us valuable is being a human with a capacity for reason. To be clear, you're interrupting me. What do you have to say?
Go ahead.
I'm done. What do you have to say?
You have a lot going on.
Okay. Let's just focus on the first thing you said, that they're valuable because they're human with the capacity for reason. What's a capacity?
What's a capacity?
Yeah.
The ability for something to actualize its function, or at least the potential to do so.
The potential to actualize a function. Okay.
Yeah. So
you're saying that the fetus has the potential to actualize the function of rationale?
Reasoning. Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that an acorn has the capacity to photosynthesize?
It's not in its function to do so. So no.
Okay, perfect. Even though it will one day become an oak tree that will have the potential or capacity to photosynthesize.
Right, so your claim we're talking about acorns. We're not talking about oak trees.
Yeah, we're actually talking about the way in which we understand.
It has to go through a developmental process in order to actualize its capacity to photosynthesize. But then at that point, it has now changed its function.
Ma'am, I gotta give it to you. Everything that you just said was absolutely correct. Like, I'm not even trolling. Bingo. So the reason why I asked you the question on if an acorn has the capacity for intellect, has the capacity to photosynthesize, and you said no, and then the reason why I asked you, well, an oak tree does have the capacity to photosynthesize, is because of that point right there. We would say that the acorn lacks this capacity due to the fact that the acorn does not possess the necessary biological substrate to actually photosynthesize. It has to undergo the significant change of becoming an oak tree first. This is the exact same way that I think about capacities for reason and capacities for intellect as it relates to the fetus. I don't think that it's true that a fetus before 20 through 24 weeks really does possess this capacity for reason or intellect due to the fact that it must first undergo the substantial change that occurs at 20 through 24 weeks with the emergence of particular brain development, such as the thymocortical connection to the prefrontal cortex, in order to actively possess the active capacity for rationale, which is predicated on the biological neural substrate that develops later in pregnancy. Okay? So that's exactly why, in fact, the fetus lacks the capacity for reason.
That's beautifully said, but remember, I said the potential too. So the acorn at its current state doesn't have the capacity to do that, but it does have the potential to do that once it goes through its entire developmental process and becomes an oak tree. I defined capacity as the also potential.
I don't even think that the acorn has the potential to photosynthesize. I think that the acorn has the potential to become a thing that has.
It does have.
I think that the acorn has the potential to become a thing that will have the potential to photosynthesize.
Become an oak
like,
tree?
Like the acorn has the
photosynthesize?
potential to become an oak tree, and then the oak tree will have the potential to photosynthesize. But in the same way,
Correct.
I actually don't think that the fetus has the potential for rationale. I think the fetus has the potential to become a thing that will have the capacity for rationale, but not until the Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is actually a different trait then. So please stop cutting me off. Thank you. I appreciate that. So all that you just admitted to is that it's actually false that the fetus has any active capacity or potential for rationale, but rather it's true that it has the active capacity / potential to become a thing that will have the active capacity or potential for rationale due to the development of the brain at 20 through 24 weeks. So the question that I'd like to ask you, please stop interrupting me, quite frankly.
But you're just
Stop!
repeating
Please
yourself.
stop interrupting me. Quite frankly.
But you're repeating yourself.
Well, now I haven't repeated anything that I just said more than the one time I just said it. But now I'm gonna have to. Now I'm gonna have to repeat literally everything that I just said because you interrupted me.
Also, I just want to call out, like, you've been doing this entire time, like, nonstop.
Oh, but he can interrupt me.
It's counterproductive to the actual debate. Like,
what are you talking? Wait, hold on. Sorry.
Way too much passion.
You interrupted Dean to tell me that you think I'm rude.
I didn't say anything about you being rude. You're not even listening. Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, but okay, I'm sorry, Santana.
Okay.
But
could you stop?
Go ahead.
Could you stop so I could go
Stop
back to
what?
the argument?
Santana wasn't finished. I'm stopping. You want to go back to the argument, but he literally just interrupted you to tell you that I'm his feelings.
Okay, are we done?
And I apologize if I'm not understanding that, but Santana, he should probably finish. I apologize.
Okay, listen, because you threw us off of the dialogue, what I'm about to say is going to be really confusing because now I'm going to have to repeat everything A through Z to demonstrate how we got here, and it's going to be a lot at once. Okay?
Okay, so I'm going to mute while you do it. Go.
Okay, see, if you didn't interrupt me, I wouldn't have to do this, and you as well as everybody would probably be able to track the dialogue a lot better. So we're going to start at the beginning. We asked you why you think the fetus is valuable. You say because it is a human with a capacity for reason. Okay, I then give you a counterexample, and we conclude that, in fact, the fetus does not have the capacity for reason because it hasn't undergone the substantial change of the development of particular brain structures at 20 through 24 weeks. Okay, you then take a step back, you backtrack, and you say, well, I also said it's valuable because it has the potentiality for a reason. Well, then we actually describe that in the same way it lacks the capacity until the brain structures, it also lacks the potentiality until the brain structures. But we were able to shake hands on the fact that it does have the capacity or the potential to become something once it develops those brain structures that will then also have the capacity and potential for rationale. So the question I have for you is, why do you think that having the capacity to become a person, which is basically what your argument is, makes you morally valuable?
First and foremost, you don't become a person. You are a human being. We're not creating zebras in the womb. And ultimately, because human beings have the potential to reason, then that means that they have a unique ability to make choices that aren't in alignment with what nature or natural law says, but that they can make their own choices for themselves. If we are going to, and I believe that everything is, in my opinion, fulfilled when it's operating at its purest function. Human beings, when they operate in their functionality fully, is when they're exercising their free will and their own choice. Taking away a human being's ability to do so is authoritarian, oppressive, and fundamentally against that particular animal's ability to actualize itself.
Yeah.
So
a lot of blunders.
It is morally wrong to do that.
Yeah, a lot of blunders. Okay, so the first issue was that you confused.
Why do you have to insult me before? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm trying my best to be cordial.
Yeah, it wasn't me insulting you. It was just me stating a fact. There's a lot of issues with everything that you just said. Okay, so my question was, why does the potential to become a person of the future make you morally valuable? Then you said, oh, well, what do you mean become a person of the future? It's already a person now because we're a human being. Okay. Yeah, well, we actually don't define personhood to just be a member of the human species. It's clearly false. We could go through the reasons why later. The next thing that you said is the reason...
I literally told you its value is because it is a human being. You're the one who said person. Personhood is a social construct, right? That can change, but you are always going to be biologically a human being, and that is why you have moral value, not because of personhood.
Feel free to interrupt me.
I will, because don't mess with the foundation of the argument.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're just completely rejecting theories of personal identity and how normativity
I am
interacts.
simply
interrupt me again. That's fine.
I'm not rejecting it. I'm saying your definition.
Well,
of
yeah, I was about to
is,
tell you the way in which you're rejecting it, but then you cut me off.
Yeah, because I never said we were never arguing moral worth because of personhood. We were. My premise was because they're human beings, and you. You said that. And you're like, oh, okay. Why do human beings have moral worth? That's what you said.
Okay. So, by the way, there is exactly zero ethicists in the literature, pro-choice or pro-life.
I'm tired.
Interrupt me again. Do you notice how you're interrupting me every 2 words because you're scared of me proving you wrong? Okay. Also, I just want to let you know, be careful with the placement of your hand on camera. I'm just trying to give you a heads up. Nothing happened. To let you know, nothing happened, but I was just giving you a heads up because I could see the potentiality of something happening in the future. Okay, back to the debate. So anyways, to get back to the debate, there's a couple things that I wanted to address. The first thing I'd like to address is you're saying, well, we're not talking about theories of personal identity. We're rather talking about if you are or are not a human being. So I'd like to make it clear that like the entirety of the conversation surrounding moral value attaches itself to conversations surrounding personal identity. Okay, this is accepted by pro-choice ethicists, and this is also accepted by pro-life ethicists. At the end of the day, the argument is about, well, is there a valuable person that exists or not? But we could just completely ignore the conversation surrounding personal identity. That's fine, because we don't even need to invoke that. And let's just go back to your argument. You actually changed your argument. Okay, so you changed your argument to be, one moment. Somebody in the chat said that's a little weird, Dean. I don't care if that was a little weird. I was just legitimately trying to look out for her. Okay, anyways, to go back to the argument. You actually changed your argument away from saying that you value this thing because there's the future potentiality for sentience in this very like broad sense that you've defined potentiality or capacity as, to now being, you value it because a human being operating at its full potential will be willed, rational, and intentional and volitional, just like you and I. Okay, so it seems to be the case that what you're saying here is that it's wrong to kill the fetus because you are depriving it of certain future goods. The future like ours argument. Is that an appropriate steel man of your position?
No, don't steel man my position because I'll steel woman you back. That's not funny.
Okay, so if you're saying that it's incorrect,
but to be serious,
if you're saying that it's incorrect to argue, okay, that the reason why you value the fetus is because it has a future like ours, well, then I'm just going to ask you to restate the argument because I'm still lost on what exactly the argument is.
Sure, and I'll be honest, the interrupting probably was part of it, so I apologize. My argument has been consistent because I have claimed because you are a human being and human beings have the capacity to reason, that is why it is morally wrong to justify a B. You are, in that specific case, removing a human being's potential or capacity to reason being your ability to choose freely things for yourself. That is wrong. That is oppressive. That is, and then I use the argument of.
Okay. Is there any way? Okay, that's your argument. Fetus valuable because of capacity to reason. Listen, I think
because
that
they're human beings.
Okay, one moment, ma'am. I think that the active capacity. Okay, one moment. I let you speak.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that was heard.
Okay, so you actually don't value them because they're human beings. You value them because human beings have the capacity for reason. But anyways, to go back to what I was saying. So I do agree that the active capacity for reason is valuable. I think that the active capacity is present once they have brain structures that are developed at around 20 through 24 weeks. I proved this to you earlier, in fact, with the analogy to the acorn and the oak tree. Now, what you're saying that you value is something more broad than that. You're valuing what is called the passive capacity for reason. Now, I want to make it clear. This is like a very broad, nearly trivial thing.
Why do you think
when we are talking about, stop interrupting, dude. I'm actually going to kick you. You are trying to invoke more philosophically complex ideals. If you will not allow me to respond to them, I'm going to kick you. Listen, okay. I could do the interruptions when, we're just talking about tax policy or something stupid. Okay. But like when you invoke more philosophically complex ideals, okay, cutting me off won't get us anywhere. Like why? Like why do you keep on doing that?
It's because I'm not trying to be rude. It's just there's a thought that comes into my mind and I want to add it.
So then wait to add it until I'm done speaking.
Okay, but to be clear, it's just because I don't want you to end up in a wrong.
Really quick. Wait,
I mean, look at this. I was just in the middle of giving a counter argument. Now so we're all the way off track. Go ahead, Santana.
I was just gonna say really quick. If you want to grab like something just to write down what you have to say, that way you don't forget it and let Dean get through it. That'll be a better way so you don't interrupt.
All right.
Like holy fucking shit. Now I have to restart for the 5th fucking time.
You really don't. You can just pick up where you started.
I can't do that. My brain can't do that. I'm sorry. I think very linearly, in a linear manner. Okay? And because I think in a very linear manner, when you throw me off of that tracking train, I stop tracking. So now we have to restart.
Duly
And we're going to
noted.
have to do that every single time you interrupt me.
I'm ready to mute, so go for it. You
Perfect.
were talking.
So you made the claim that a fetus is valuable because it has a capacity for reason. Listen, I agree that things are valuable if they have the active capacity for reason. The active capacity would develop at around 20 through 24 weeks due to the development of particular neural substrates in which serve as the necessary prerequisite to support and foster reason in Homo sapiens sapiens. Now, the thing is, what you were referring to when you say that the fetus is valuable because it has a capacity for reason is a passive capacity for reason. Passive capacity is much different from active capacity in the sense that it's pretty broad and pretty trivial. Just to make it clear to you and to make it clear to the audience, when somebody says that humans have the passive capacity for reason, all that they're saying is that reason is not contrary to the nature of a human. Okay? It is possible for something to be human and for something to reason. Therefore, humans have the passive capacity for reason. Okay? This also explains why humans don't have the passive capacity to fly. It is not possible for something to be human and for that thing to fly. Therefore, humans don't have the passive capacity to fly. But my question is, why does that make us valuable? Why does the passive capacity for reason make us valuable? Why is the passive capacity for reason ethically salient at all?
It is not a passive capacity when it's an essential defining figure of this thing that we are describing. The passive capacity to fly for human beings sounds nonsensical until you build an airplane. It is not, but it is not a passive capacity of an eagle to fly because its essence and its function and what we know that thing to be requires flight. So for human beings, all human beings reason, or at least have the potential to. It is in our nature, just like being lateral, just like having opposable thumbs. Like these are essences that define what a human being is. So I reject that it's passive. I'm saying it's an essential Okay. Well, so since we're talking about it being an essential defining figure to this thing we're talking about, it does become immoral because to intentionally thwart and obstruct a particular thing's ability to fulfill itself, fulfill its actual function. Like for example, the eagle's ability to fly. It would be immoral for us to pollute the skies and destroy its capacity to do so. In a similar sense, it would be immoral for us to do that to human beings because that would be an intentional effort to destroy a human being's actual essence. It's not a passive capacity, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, I would recommend doing a lot more research on your view. So I don't even know if you know this, but you're just you're trying to give me like some variant of Thomistic natural law as developed by St. Thomas Aquinas and Thomistic ethics and Thomistic metaphysics. That's what you're. Yes, you are.
I'm actually just speaking from my own perspective.
Yeah, you don't even know that
I
this
know
is...
what you're talking about, but I'm simply telling you I'm not trying to...
By the way, you're cutting me off again.
Because it's a lie what you're saying.
Him
Okay,
saying that is
it's
not saying those are your words. It's just the view that's upheld by that actual premise of morality. Like it's philosophy. That's
No, I
the.
understand.
And
No,
I'd like to make
yeah.
it clear, you are. When you argue things such as the claim that it's wrong to thwart the natural function of a thing from fulfilling its that said function, you are
Yes.
giving me either Thomistic natural law theory or some variant of Thomistic natural law theory. Congratulations. The normative theory of ethics that you are giving me was developed by a man by the name of St. Thomas Aquinas, piggybacking off of the work of Aristotle in 1312. That is a fact. That is an undeniable fact. Research
That is
natural law
correct.
theory. But anyways,
Correct.
to get back to the argument at hand, you said that it's not, the fetus does not have a passive capacity for rationale due to the fact that rationale is an essential defining feature of what a human is. This is actually false under your own view, due to the fact that you think a zygote is a human, yet a zygote lacks rationale. A rationale is not an essentially defining characteristic of what a human is. For you, as well as many members of the audience, if you don't know what essential characteristics are of a thing, when we say that an essential characteristic of a thing is X, all that we're saying here is that in order for something to be that thing, it needs to have X. So when she says that rationale is an essential attribute of a human, all that she's saying is that in order to be human, you have to possess rationale. So she absolutely rejects that. That's clearly not true due to the fact that she thinks that zygotes are human. The next thing, you said that maybe the reason why it's wrong to kill this fetus in virtue of the fact that it possesses this capacity is because you're thwarting it from fulfilling its natural end. Okay? This argument fucking sucks. Check this out. Do you agree that the natural end of my eyes is to see?
Sure. Yes.
Is it therefore wrong for me to close my eyes because I'm thwarting the natural end of them?
No, you can still see, or at least have the potential to do so. But it would be wrong if you took I don't know, like a knife and you just like pluck them out from your eye, like your skull. That would be
Why would
wrong.
one be wrong but not the other? What principles?
Because you're not actually thwarting your capacity to see if you close your eyes.
Why-
In the sense that we're in the
Wait,
in the
you're not
sense that
thwarting the natural end? Yes,
Okay,
you are.
so
Because the
an
natural
eyeball-
end of the eyes is to see. If you close your eyes, you don't see.
Okay, you still have the capacity to see.
Okay,
right?
but you are thwarting the
Not
natural
that
end,
you have
right?
You're doing this thing, right? Its essence or its essential capacity to see, if your eyes function, you can still do that with your eyes closed or open. You still have that capacity to do so, but its ability to your eyes'
Okay,
ability
okay,
to fulfill
okay.
its
Okay,
end
so then
is
you don't-
ruined if I literally remove your eyeballs from your skull with a spoon.
Okay. So then what is the principled archetype in which you use to determine if thwarting the natural end of a thing is wrong or not? Because it would be true that in the case of closing your eyes, you are thwarting the natural end of your eyes because the natural end of the eyes is to see and you don't see when you close your eyes. Now, you're arguing in response that, well, maybe it has something to do with, well, is the capacity still present or is the capacity no longer present? So I'd actually like an explanation from you insofar as what the justification is for the claim that sometimes it is okay to thwart the natural end of a thing and other times it is not okay to thwart the natural end of a thing.
You're not thwarting the natural end of a thing in that.
What's the natural end of the eyes?
To see.
Okay.
Exactly.
By closing, when you close your eyes, do you see?
I have not okay, so okay.
Do you close your eyes? Do you see?
Nope.
You
Do you
can
clo-
still see if you.
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
It is not okay. So can you define thwarting?
Yeah,
Thwarting is
stop
ability
it.
to end. No, that's not what thwarting is, or at least not the way I mean it. To intentionally obstruct that thing's ability to fulfill its natural end, right? It would be
Yep.
the equivalent of. It would be the equivalent of saying, okay, the natural end of the United States is to be a union, but then at the same time, preventing large groups of citizens in participating in the democratic process. That would be thwarting. But if people choose whether or not they're going to vote, that's their choice. But because they still have the capacity to participate in the civil life of America, their ability to actualize themselves as citizens is still present, right? It only becomes obstruction when we say no. America is America, but only for some and not the majority.
So could you reduce that down to a sentence? I'm so sorry, I didn't really hear a response.
You got to okay. I don't know how else like you want me to communicate this, but I'll try again. Can I use a different argument?
What the fuck? Wait, I'm so sorry. We're like
Can I-
40
wait,
minutes
wait,
in.
wait, no.
Well, we're like 40 minutes
okay,
into you laying out the groundwork for your like shitty variant of natural law theory, and now you're saying that you want to use.
Hey,
Actually, I think something different.
I'm not okay. That was hilarious. What I'm saying is, can I use a parable, a comparison, a metaphor to make my point? I wasn't really asking for permission. I was obfuscating. Sorry. I'm not really trying to go to a completely different place. I'm simply just going to use a parable to demonstrate. Don't do semantics with me. We've been doing it for 30 minutes and I'm getting annoyed. So I'm just going to say it, okay? Is that okay with you?
Whatever,
May I
bro.
have your consent?
Whatever. You've already been talking for like 3 minutes. Where's
See,
that?
I don't
wrong?
want to go if you're going to feel like I'm just being rude. May I go or no?
Bro, just go, dude.
Okay. Thank you. Affirmative action, for example, affirmative action's objective end is to ensure that no one is being discriminated against based off protected classes. Correct?
No.
Okay, fine.
Now
We
we're back
don't
to
have to debate
affirmative
that.
action. That's
My
good.
point being, though, if we allow women to participate in chess, right? We drop the barriers of entry using affirmative action to do so. We are not thwarting other people's capacity to join the chess club, and we're definitely not reserving spaces just for women only. We are simply expanding the pool so the capacity to join chess is there if you're a woman. In a similar sense, with your alcohol. It's not word vomit. I'm just learning from you. Unless you're vomiting. Like, I feel like you don't care that I'm trying my best to talk, like, lay it out.
I'm waiting, bro. You still got it, bro.
You know what's funny, Dean? I was actually I was sending a message
We don't
to
have to go
Benjamin
for
to
it.
say thank you for the 5, and I was actually replying, "This is just word vomit." Like you and I were thinking the exact same
Word
thing.
vomit when I do it.
Yeah, listen.
Why is it word vomit?
Okay, hey, do you mind if I ask you a question?
No, why is it word vomit?
Okay, yeah, I'll tell you why it's word vomit. Because you're attempting to relay an argument using concepts that you don't understand. Okay, it's like, listen.
No, it's not. No.
Yeah, you don't. Okay, so listen.
I will understand it. I'm using this. Oh my God, because you misinterpreted me this whole time.
I promise that I've not misinterpreted
to
any
make an
argument that I've
example.
given you, considering the fact that I've literally been studying the argument that you're giving me for the last month and a half straight. Okay, I'm definitely.
Wow.
We could go.
Okay.
We could. I mean, we could go. We could go through Thomism. We could talk about natural law theory. We could talk about the metaphysical prerequisites for natural law theory. Okay, listen. I'm just gonna give you all of the objections to what you say. So first and foremost, you're arbitrarily
It's okay.
arguing.
You got it. You got it, bud.
First and foremost, you're arbitrarily arguing that it's a case that because something has a capacity, that it's there for its purpose. Okay? I definitely don't agree with that statement. You're trying to argue that because the fetus has a capacity to engage in reason, that therefore one of the natural ends of the fetus is to be engaging in reason. I reject that. I think that my fingers have the capacity to strangle somebody. This doesn't mean that the purpose of my fingers, or one of the purposes, see on an alt, of my fingers is to strangle somebody. Okay? It just rather means that it's something that they could be oriented towards doing. So I think in virtue of the fact that the fetus has a capacity for rationale, this doesn't mean that the natural end of the fetus is to be rational, but rather that the fetus can be oriented in such a way that is rational. Okay? So the first objection to your view is bridging the gap between capacity and natural end. I'm not even sure that natural ends exist. Now, the second objection, once you're able to bridge the gap between capacity and natural end, is then to connect natural ends to normativity. Like, okay, maybe we do have a natural end for these things as developed by evolution, but how do we connect abridging upon a natural end to the conclusion that that abridgment is morally wrong to do?
I would explain it, but then you would say you don't understand me, so it's okay.
Okay, so you're giving up the debate?
But thanks for your time.
Okay.
Bye, chat.
Okay.
Have a good week.
Guys, please don't LARP highly complex philosophical arguments when you don't understand them, folks. Please do not LARP highly complex philosophical arguments when you don't understand them. Like she was trying to LARP. She was trying to LARP. She was trying to LARP the fuck out of a very complex philosophical argument when she did not understand it. By the way, Santana, I just saw you in the viewer list on an alt. I don't see it now. Oh, never mind. You got up on the stream?
Yeah, well, I sent myself a request from my main.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Based. Yeah, we're gonna
That
move on.
was a waste
to
of
the next
time,
guest.
Dean.
Well, yeah, because I mean, listen, I bet that she like actually does do debates on TikTok. I could tell because what she was doing was she was LARPing a view that she didn't understand. Like, if anybody like watching wants to go like look up like the rather complex argument she was trying and failing to make, it had to do with Aquinas's thoughts on natural law theory. It's basically that like we as beings have a natural end, and the different functions of our bodies also have natural ends. Okay, it's wrong to get an abortion because you're abridging upon the natural end of the reproductive system. And it's wrong to get an abortion because you're abridging upon the natural ends of the fetus, like the natural end to be rational. Now, there's a lot of issues with these views. The first issue, of course, is that they assume that just because something can do something, that therefore it's supposed to do said something. Okay? Jumping from capacity to natural end. That's not a jump that can be made. That is a failed inference based on no reason. The second issue with the view is even if we accept that, okay, things of us as beings, as well as the functions of our beings, do indeed possess natural ends, well, what's the argument that it's wrong to abridge upon those things? Now, she couldn't answer either of those two questions. She couldn't adequately and appropriately justify her view, and she left. Welcome in, Dylan. Do you support Trump?
Hello, I'm Scottish, by the way, so I don't know if you'll be able to
We're just looking for people in America, but I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to ban you just because we haven't had the thing up on screen that says that for a while. Let's go to move on to the next guest at this moment in time. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I would really appreciate it so much if you guys could do your very best to follow those rules.
I wonder how much of what she was saying she actually knew versus
None of
just
it.
kind of trying to wing it. Yeah.
Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2007. My birthday, August 3rd.
Okay, yeah. Here, let me quickly thank a couple people, and then I'll pass that mic off to you. Once again, folks, if you're watching the live stream and you do want to support me in what we do here, you could find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account, in the pin message over on that YouTube stream. And the handle is also always at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's literally just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. Now, all of the donations today and for the foreseeable future will be going to security for me, my girlfriend, and our kitty. We have been facing a bunch of pretty scary threats to our lives over the course of the last 5 or so days, with all of the false allegations being lobbed against me across the internet by people stealing the identities of children to falsely accuse me of rape. Some people want us dead. So our two options are to either, hit the road, go off the map, and stop these streams for a while, or to make major investments of a lot of money into security. So all the donations today and for the foreseeable future will be going directly to that. To thank a couple people real quick. Thank you, Aiden, for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much, and good luck going pro, Aiden. I believe in you. Helen, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Let's get 250 Helen W's down below. Thank you. Helen says elementary's teachers sometimes use quote-unquote blurt bubbles for kids that keep interrupting. Just a sticky on their desk for them to scribble down the thought. She needs a blurt bubble. That's a really good idea. Maybe I should start offering my guests blurt bubbles. And thank you so much as well, Jessica, for the $100 donation on Venmo. That is so very kind of you, Jessica. Thank you so much. Let's get 1,000 Jessica down below in that comment section. Thank you, Jessica. You are fantastic. That is so much money. Jessica with $100 says, Dean, I know that how deeply people care for you, respect you, and stand with you. You are a talented young man with a pure heart. Thank you for being you. May you never change, yet continue to grow. Well, thank you, Jessica. That is very, very, very kind of you. Shout out to you as always. I know that you've all been supporting me for a very long time, and I'm very thankful for you. Same thing to you, Caleb. Thank you for the $25. I should talk more about veterans. Thank you for the love, man. Lee, thank you for the $25 as well. You says you keep me sane. I hope this helps to keep you safe. Yeah, all the donations will be going exactly to safety. Thank you, Lee, for the $25. And same thing to you, Joseph. Thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much. Who says much love. Sorry shit's especially hard right now. Well, Mr. Joseph, all the love in the world to you too, man. I'm so grateful for your help, modding for us, helping us out, hanging out in the streams. You are the absolute GOAT, and I want you to know that. Thank you for the $50. Same thing to you, Britta. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get 100 Britta W's down below. Riley, thank you so much for the $10 as well. You says Onyx is so annoying, and we do not claim her as a debater. She's trying her best. Jasmine, thank you for the $25. Who says, hey, Dean, been watching your stream every day for a couple months. I'm so sorry to hear about what's been happening to you. Please stay safe and take this for you and your girlfriend. Well, thank you for the $25, Jasmine. Show some love to Jasmine down below, and thank you for the love. DD, thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for spreading the word about the human rights violations ICE is committing. It honestly breaks my heart, bro. It is terrible, DD. Thank you for the $20. McKinley, thank you for the $20 as well. You says, I hope your girlfriend and cat are doing good. I know it's not a lot, dude. That's a shit ton of money. Thank you, McKinley, for the $20. I appreciate you so much. Show some love to McKinley. And then Lucas, I appreciate you for the $11. Then over on Super Chat, thank you, T, for the $20. Who says, I sure hope that this caller just goes and enjoys her roller skating adventure. Goes and enjoys her roller skating adventure. My brain is getting just about as cooked as her argument. Yeah, that was really, like, especially annoying there towards the end. I'm not going to lie. I was kind of done with it. Eric, thank you for the 22 euros. Who says, hey, Dean, really relevant to the abortion movement is its history in political science. It simply proved to poll best and mobilize evangelicals politically for warning Republican Party. Rock on. No, you're absolutely right. The only reason why we saw the dawn of pro-lifism in the American South had to do a lot with the evangelicals. Absolute fact.
Yes.
Thank you as well, Bethy Boop, for the $20 donation. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. Same thing to you, Feisty and Dave. Thank you guys for the $10. And with all that being said, we're all caught up. Why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump?
Hey, first of all, I just want to say those people who are pushing those allegations against you are completely wrong. And we all know you didn't do it, so just stay safe out there. The main reason I support Trump is mainly because not because he's Trump, but because the left is so pro-abortion and all that. That's my main reason. I know I know you just talked about it, so you probably don't want to talk about it again. But I'm also very Christian. I just started getting into it within the past 4 or 5 years, and most of its ideals to me appeal to the right side. But I am very willing to learn because I'm still young and everything.
Oh, bruh. Okay, listen, we're going to make this simple. Would you ever support a president that caused, like, baby murder?
Not if I knew it 100%, no.
Okay. Do you accept that you think that abortion is baby murder?
I do, yeah.
Okay, then you want to support Trump because he caused more baby murder. Before he overturned Roe v. Wade, abortions were actually going down in America every year for 30 years straight. After he turned over Roe v. Wade, abortions went up for the first time in 30 years. Overturning Roe v. Wade, no worries, has led to more women and girls getting more abortions. And I think the reason why is that in a lot of these red states, they've implemented abortion bans at like 10 weeks, but women figure out that they're pregnant at around 7 weeks, leaving them approximately a month to make that decision compared to like 5 or 6 months to make that decision under previous policy. But regardless of what the specific reason is, we do know it as a certain fact that the overturning of Roe v. Wade led to more abortions.
Okay, I actually didn't know that. I just wanted to ask you something about the whole I think it's Minnesota law that passed recently, where they passed that you can have an abortion throughout your pregnancy no matter what. I was wondering if you agreed with that or not.
Yeah, legislatively, legislatively yes, morally no. But we don't even need to talk about that. All that we need to now have you concede is that you're not a supporter of Trump, because I just explained to you how, from your perspective, Trump is causing more baby murder.
Well, I feel like if Harris got elected instead of Trump, the numbers would have been a lot way higher than they are.
No. Harris wanted to re-implement the status quo, and that status quo led to a 30-year annual reduction in abortion since the 90s. Donald Trump wanted to frustrate that status quo and overturn Roe v. Wade, which led to the first increase in the number of abortions in our country in the first time in the last 30 years.
Huh. I didn't know that either.
Go look at Guttmacher Institute. I'm telling you. Look up abortions by year in the U.S., Guttmacher Institute. What you will see is since the 90s, abortions have been consistently going down. Once Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortions started consistently going up.
Oh, okay. Well, I did not know that, so I apologize.
Well, you do now. So do you retract your support for Trump, given that everything I've told you is true?
Yeah, I'll look into it and do some more research. As I said, I'm young and naive, so I will definitely look into it.
Well, appreciate you for coming up, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Very nice. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult. Oh, fuck. That supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. My back is starting to hurt, folks. Quite frankly, welcome in. Oh, fuck. No, everybody on the panel just got disconnected and the queue got forcefully reset. I'm going to have to send Santana a text. Let me know when you're back. Whole queue glitched and everyone got dumped. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Welcome in. Oh, this person's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest, Peyton. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Veds, who says, oh, hey, I'm going to keep that on myself. I appreciate you for the love, Veds. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Peyton?
Yeah. Hello?
How old are you?
21.
What year were you born in?
2004.
Okay, Velma, do you support Trump? Okay, Velma left. Okay, why don't you go to take it away, Peyton, and tell us why you support the worst president of your life, little bro.
The worst? Okay. Why'd you call me little bro? That's kind of offensive.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was more offensive when Trump depicted black people as monkeys, but I digress.
I just didn't want to be called little bro.
I'm sorry, bro. I'll stop calling you that.
Appreciate it. I don't know. I honestly think he's better at playing the ukulele than Kamala is because you.
All right, we're going to ban that guy. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Quite frankly, we're going to go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everyone. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Looks like this Colson guy's not here, so we're going to kick him out too. Let's go to get the next guest. Margarita with lime connected to the stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Margarita with lime.
Hello. Sorry. I was actually just trying to connect. Kind of. Yes, we've debated before, but you said something recently that actually kind of made my ear perk, and I want to talk to you a little bit about that.
What'd I say?
So I heard you say the other day that you believe that your thesis was that you do believe that minors should have forced abortions. Is that correct?
Yes, minors below a particular age that are raped and impregnated should have forced abortions. Yes, that is my hot take.
What age was your limit?
I'm unclear. Definitely 15 and under, possibly even older too, but I don't know. Definitely 15 and under.
I can understand your viewpoint, and I can see that you come from a good place, but I just don't believe that actually gives you, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say you. I don't believe that the government should have any authority over our bodies completely. What you don't believe in the government prohibition of bodies, but what you're saying is that you believe in the government compulsion of bodies.
Oh yeah.
Like that you believe that the government should be able to force procedures on us.
Well, yeah, and I have a really good argument for it.
Okay, I would love to hear it. I'll be quiet.
Okay, so we first need to realize that it's a confused statement to even suggest that a child should be allowed to choose that pregnancy and childbirth. I don't think that children have the capacity to make that decision for very similar reasons why children don't have the capacity to make the decision to engage in sex. Okay? Why would we say that kids can't consent to sex? Well, their brains are underdeveloped and they can't rationalize what it is and what it leads to. I'm going to say that same thing about pregnancy. Okay? Now, well, what usually happens when a child can't make sense of something, but we need to decide if they should or shouldn't do it? We leave that decision in the hands of their parents. Okay, But we don't leave all decisions for a child in the hands of their parents, just some. What are some of the decisions that we don't place in the hands of their parents? Decisions that would clearly lead to long-term detriments. Okay? Those are the decisions that we do not allow parents to make on behalf of their children. And I believe that a parent deciding that their raped child should keep their pregnancy and give birth is a long-term detriment to that child. For that reason, I don't even think that it's a decision that the parent should be able to make. So if we excluded the child from the pool of people that should be able to make the decision to keep that pregnancy, and we've excluded the parent from the pool of people that should be able to choose if that child keeps that pregnancy, it seems like the only option that's left is that that child should have to get an abortion, since nobody can choose for that child to keep that pregnancy in any relevant, meaningful sense. Long story short, I think that pregnancy and childbirth for a raped child leads to short-term and long-term detriment at a very high degree. And abortion is undoubtedly the lesser of two evils to the extent that it's so incredibly instrumentally rational for the future of that child. We should assume consent for that procedure the same way we assume consent for other procedures for like incapacitated people who got into car crashes and now need to get surgery on their leg.
All right. Sorry, I was just giving, like, I didn't know if you were just hitting the anxiety pen or...
Yeah, it's just an application of assumed consent. Yeah, go ahead.
No, and I can understand your point, but I don't believe that an 8-year-old being, or, you know, say like even a 12-year-old or a 5-year-old even, like being pregnant, like that's an extreme medical and abuse situation. But I still don't think that that proves that the government should have unlimited authority over her body.
No, it's not unlimited. It's assumed consent. And more so implied consent. It's the same legal.
What if it's a 17-year-old who
it's
wants
the same
to
legal
keep her
construct.
baby?
It's the same legal construct that we apply to people who need surgery that are unconscious. Okay, if you get into a car accident, you're unconscious, but you're bleeding out, you need surgery. So what do the hospitals do? They assume implied consent, and they operate that procedure under the assumption that if you were in a rational state of mind, you would have wanted that procedure. Very similarly,
we can both
I
agree
think
that not
anybody
every
in a
abortion-
rational state of mind, okay, would agree that pregnancy is not something that young children should want. Okay? Therefore, for that reason, we would apply the same construct of implied consent, okay, for abortion to young children that are raped and impregnated.
Okay, yeah, and I can completely understand your point of view, but I do believe that your principle does contain a dangerous rhetoric, because where does it end? Like, do we do that with people who have disabilities, like because they can't make that decision? Do we do that with people?
My argument is implied consent, and if you're disagreeing with the principle of implied consent, do you think that the government is doing something bad by allowing hospitals to forcefully perform surgeries on unconscious people from car wrecks? Because that's another application of implied consent.
With those.
Okay, well then
But
you
I
accept the
also-
principle. Then you accept the principle.
But I
'Cause that's the
also
principle.
accept that that they will also hold off based on beliefs. They'll hold off based on a DNR. They'll hold off based on whether or not they're a Jehovah's Witness. They'll hold off based on like that person's personal beliefs. They won't just go like, you know, if the person's not talking or anything else like that. Usually they have.
So you think if a
forms.
12-year-old girl is raped and impregnated, that she should be able to choose to keep that pregnancy?
No, but I also do believe
so
that
then you
reasoning
agree with
should
me?
be taken case by case, and the parents and her should be able to talk about it and make that decision for themselves.
So if a child and a parent decide that they want the 12-year-old girl to be pregnant, that they should be able to keep that pregnancy. What about an 11-year-old girl?
That's the thing. Like, this is all hypotheticals, but
Can
like,
you just answer the
another
question? What about an
hypothetical-
11-year-old girl?
No, I don't believe that 11-year-old girl should be able to get pregnant. But
Oh,
I
okay,
also
okay,
don't
so your
believe
line is-
that
is
her
11.
her body's autonomy should be able to be taken away by the government.
Oh, okay, so if an 11-year-old girl got raped and impregnated, and she saw mommy and mommy's new kid, and she has a little baby doll from Toys R Us, and she says, I want my own baby, okay, and she's like, I want to keep this pregnancy, mama. I want my own baby, okay, do you think that she should be able to keep that pregnancy?
Obviously not, because the parents should be able to make that decision.
And if the
because
parents
most
say, "Okay,
rational
child, we'll let
parents-
you keep that
because
baby,"
here's the thing, I'm
should she
a
be able to
parent of a
keep that
child
pregnancy?
around that age, and of course I'm not going to let my daughter keep that pregnancy because she doesn't have the mental capacity.
Okay,
But the difference changes. Like, say if it's like,
Please just
she
answer
is
my question, though.
16
Please
years
just answer
old,
the question.
she
Please just
has a
answer. Please just
like,
answer
she
my
has a
question.
rational ability to make a decision.
Let's assume that the parents of that 11-year-old girl who's pregnant are crazy Christian evangelists, and they think that abortion is wrong in all scenarios ever. They're abortion abolitionists completely. Okay, so they want that 11-year-old girl to keep that pregnancy too. Should that be allowed?
I believe that the conversation should be between her and her doctor should give her a completely informed consent like any other patient.
Oh, yeah, and the doctor tells this little girl, hey, listen, you're 11, you really shouldn't keep this pregnancy. It's a really bad thing for you. And she's like, no, I want baby. And parents say abortion bad because they're abortion abolitionists and their 11-year-old child.
But that's the
Should
thing.
she be able to keep that pregnancy?
Every person on this world.
Could you just
We
answer
can't
the question?
Control their actions.
Could you just answer I'm not getting an answer to the question.
Sum your question up to one sentence, please.
Okay, 11-year-old girl was raped and impregnated. She says, I want to keep this baby because I have baby doll and baby doll fun, so maybe real baby also fun. Okay? And her parents are abortion abolitionists. They say that abortion is always murder. So they want that child to keep the baby too. They go to the doctor. Okay, the doctor says, well, no, listen, you really shouldn't. You're 11. There's a bunch of concerns that come along with this. Yada, 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 so on and so forth. Okay, but then that child is still like, no, I want to keep baby because baby cool. And parents also say, I want her to keep baby because we're abortion abolitionists. Okay.
Then under
Do
your
you think
hypothetical,
that 11-year-old girl should be able to keep that pregnancy?
Under your hypothetical, I believe that the doctor should be able to step in and be able to take it to court in those types of situations and have a judge decide it then. But only
judge
in
ruling on the basis of
extreme
what?
situations. Those are extreme cases.
What do you think the judge would be ruling on the basis of? What is the task in the role of the judge in that scenario? What are they deliberating exactly?
They're deliberating whether or not the child has the medical capacity and whether or not the parents have the right rational decision making in order to be able to let this child have a child, which I also do not believe.
You're advocating for you're advocating for the legal system to be able to force people to have abortions?
Absolutely not. No. That is completely.
That's what you just said.
Okay, the girl and the family go to court. The girl's like, no, I want to keep baby. And the parents are like, we're abortion abolitionists. We want her to keep the baby. And the judge rules, oh, this is like irrational. Like this is, and the judge rules, oh, like no, this is irrational. Like clearly, 11-year-olds don't have sufficient brain development to be able to make an informed decision on the basis of that pregnancy. Like abortion. Would you be okay with that ruling?
Obviously not for my own personal morals and values, but I also realize at the end of the day, I can't control everybody, but I came up here and I tried to
she said that she wouldn't be okay with that ruling.
I believe that your belief...
So just to clarify, I don't want you to be vague. Would you be okay with that ruling from the judge?
I'm not being vague.
Yes or no, would you be okay with a ruling from a judge forcing that 11-year-old girl to get an abortion?
I don't know how I would feel, actually, because the thing is... Like I said, it's hard to actually make that decision because rational decision making is different at every age. And I don't think that an 11-year-old can make a rational decision about everything. Obviously not. I don't believe that. But what your thesis was, anybody under the age of 18. And I do understand why you said 11.
That's not true. That's not true. I did not say that.
Okay.
I said that I have very firm feelings about this as it relates to 15 and under. I have semi-firm feelings about this for 16-year-olds, and I have even less firm feelings, if not agnostic feelings, for 17-year-olds. The principle that I'm arguing is like maybe 15. Okay, so it seems like you accept my logic for 11-year-olds.
No, because I don't. My personal belief is that the government should never have any authority over somebody's body. But like I said earlier, whenever I was talking about the judge, I was talking about under your hypothetical.
Okay. We're operating under your paradigm now. Do you know who Lena Medina is?
Under my paradigm,
do you know who Lena Medina is?
No government. I don't believe that anybody in the government should have any authority over our bodies. Period.
Do you know who Lena Medina is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know who Lena Medina is?
I do not, actually.
Lena Medina was a 5-year-old girl who was raped and impregnated and gave birth.
And that
the
is a
youngest
horrible thing that
mom
happened.
ever. Would you argue that it would be wrong for the state to force 5-year-old Lena Medina to get an abortion?
Obviously, like, I would not want her, like, I would want her to have an abortion.
That's not what I
obviously,
asked you. The
because-
question that I asked you was, would it be wrong for the state to force 5-year-old Lena Medina to get an abortion?
Based on my personal beliefs, I don't believe that a 5-year-old should ever have the ability to be able to get pregnant. And I don't believe that
Okay,
a 5-year-old
It's not what I asked you. Should the
be
government
put in
be able
that
to force
position in the
5-year-old
first
Lena
place. But
Medina
okay,
to get
I
an
know,
abortion?
I know. Let me finish what I'm saying, please.
No,
Let
I'm
me finish
not,
what
because
I'm
it's
saying.
not an answer to the question. Yes or no, should the government be able to force 5-year-old girl Lena Medina who's pregnant after getting raped to get an abortion?
I'm sorry, I'm very overwhelmed. Let me take a second and think, but I am leaning towards your side and I am agreeing with you. I do want to say that, but I don't want to I apologize if anything I've said has come off wrong. I don't believe that a 5-year-old should get pregnant. I don't believe that an 11-year-old should get pregnant. I don't believe that that they should even be put in the position of having an abortion in the first place. And in those situations, we could be bystanders and say that we're going to do a certain thing or we believe in a certain thing, but until like you're in that position, you don't, and you see the trauma firsthand, we don't know.
Can you answer the question?
I thought I did. I apologize.
Was it a yes, it would be wrong for the government to force 5-year-old Lena Medina to get an abortion? Or no, it would not be wrong for the government to force 5-year-old Lena Medina to get an abortion?
I believe in extreme cases like that, yes.
Okay. And I think that a 5-year-old getting pregnant is just as extreme as an 11-year-old getting pregnant.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so then you accept the logic for 11-year-olds too, correct?
Yes. But
Okay.
earlier, whenever you said 15,
Okay,
whenever
so-
I was like, okay, that.
So where
but,
do you
like,
draw?
Still,
so
I
where do you
just
draw
don't
your line?
believe that.
Okay, so do you accept the
like,
logic
'cause
for
where does that
12-year-olds?
principle
Wait,
end?
1 second. Stop. Do you accept the logic for 12-year-olds?
Yes, I think we can agree on it.
What about 13-year-olds?
Of course, but I don't think that we should just go by age by age. Like,
What,
we can.
what about 14-year-olds? Is that where the line starts to get fuzzy? Like, you don't know?
Because I don't. Because 15, yeah, we can agree about 15. Like, they should be able to make that decision. 15, 16, 17, they should be able to make that decision for themselves.
Okay.
We can agree about that, right?
So what you're saying is that, like, for minors who are 14 years and younger who are raped and impregnated should not be able to make the decision to keep that pregnancy, but minors who are 15 years old or so should be able to make the decision to keep that pregnancy. Okay, that's what you're saying. Okay, so you actually don't disagree with me.
You're talking.
You just have a different standard. Yeah, listen, here's the thing. I think that you are confused in the same way that I told you I thought that you probably would be confused when you joined the live stream. Because you've reiterated this belief that you think individuals have this innate right to bodily autonomy that should never be abridged on by the state. Okay, well, like, what is bodily autonomy? Bodily autonomy would be the autonomy to make decisions and informed choices concerning your body.
Yeah, I agreed about that.
I don't think children below a certain age have the capacity to make a decision concerning their body referential to pregnancy and childbirth in the first place. The concept of bodily autonomy within the confines of pregnancy and childbirth don't apply to young children. Because I think that motherhood is diametrically opposed and contradictory to childhood.
And I don't believe that, but like, here's the thing. It's like, where does that principle end? Do we do it about people who have disabilities? What about old people over the age of 65? Do we force them to get an assisted, type of death or something, like because we believe that they can't make that capacity, like that, ability to make that decision for themselves. Where does that principle end? Because
so
I
it
don't
doesn't seem
believe that the
like you
government should
reject the
have any
principle.
control over us at all.
Okay,
For our
so
bodies.
wait. So now you're contradicting yourself because you agreed that they should as it relates to pregnancy and childbirth for children below a certain age.
I apologize for contradicting myself. I don't mean to.
Also, by the way, like, implied consent is a thing in many other senses too. The government has control over your body when you were rendered like unconscious by a car wreck, and then they take you to the hospital and they perform a life-saving operation. Like all that I'm saying is like there's like clearly some senses when it's actually a good thing.
Yeah, it seems like more than anything that you just have a you're taking this approach as far as like a moral stance, but when you logically think about it, you start to contradict yourself. And so, I mean, it really boils down to whether you're just going to say, well, I believe this because I believe it, but then you're pushing back on the entire premise as far as logically speaking.
Oh, I have a good question for you, Peter. Thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's show some love to Peter in that chat. Peter says, there have been several instances where crazy religious parents deny their sick children proper health care and believe praying away the illness will work, and they convince the child of this too. In the instances where children die, those parents have been sent to jail. Does Margot disagree with that? Funny fucking enough, this is actually a perfect application of the principle being discussed, Peter. Great example.
No, I agree. Like, that's actually a really good question. Because that's also, I will have said in the past case by case. I do see where my logic does start to waver, especially because, like I said, that was a darn good question.
Listen, I think my solution to this question is, I think that the government should be able to step in and make decisions about the bodies of others when that judgment is obvious and boring. like boringly obviously true. Okay? When a judgment is boring and so obvious, they should be able to step in and make that decision. It is so obvious it's boring that pregnancy and childbirth is a bad thing for an 11-year-old girl. Government should be able to step in, make that decision.
Never disagreed about that. It's just, like I said before, my personal belief is I don't believe that the government should have any prohibition or compulsion over our bodies.
Yeah, but do you concede that belief for like the obvious reasons concerning 5-year-old Lena Medina and the issue brought up by?
Yeah, no, I can obviously see where my logic can waver case by case, but
that's not how logic works. You don't just get to choose when your logic applies and when your logic doesn't apply. That's illogical, special.
Well, obviously not, but it's like
formally fallacious.
But I can also admit whenever I'm like, okay, I can see where I'm like a little wrong here. I can admit whenever I'm like, okay, I don't see.
Okay.
I can see that. Like, and I just wanted to come up here and have a respectful debate about it because I wanted to also get more clarification. Because, you know what? Actually, I have a great question for you.
You asked this question, then I'm going to move on, man.
What is your belief about McKenna West?
Who's McKenna West?
McKenna West is a woman who was a surrogate for a couple in Alaska, and whenever, like, it reached about 20 weeks, the parents had a genetic test done, and they found out that the baby had a bad heart condition, and so they told her, we would like to have an abortion based on the clause in our contract. The woman said against her own beliefs that she did not want to have an abortion, and so she fled to Texas, where she could be protected, and then had the baby and is now being sued for $250,000, and she wants custody of this child.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that bodily concerns in many cases would triumph legal concerns. Now, the issue at hand doesn't seem to be what is moral or immoral, but rather the issue at hand seems to be what was contractually binding per the law as it exists. Now,
but do you believe that McKenna has rights over her body? Or
so legally speaking, if she contractually agreed to the notion that that they would abort it in circumstances such as like rare genetic failures, such as heart diseases or something that would lead to the life of the fetus being really short. She would thereby relinquish that right by agreeing to that
Okay,
contract.
then we agree about that. Okay, I just wanted to see about that because I was like,
but the thing is like, should that contract even be legally binding? Like that's the issue at hand. Should you even like be allowed, legally speaking, in a binding sense, to sign away like certain instrumental forms of bodily autonomy for the next 9 months per contract? Like I don't know. I don't know if that should be legally binding in the future, which means maybe we should change that law. But like per the law as it exists, she did make that choice. It was legally binding. She would have to do that. But
okay.
You have a good rest of your day. We're gonna move on. I don't know where Santana went. Maybe you got a call or something. That's fine. Let's go to get the next guest, Garrett, connected to the live stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey.
Hey, do you support Trump?
Hello, sorry, what did you say?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2007.
Okay. Yeah, man, give me one moment to thank a couple people, then the mic on the floor will be yours. Thank you for the $15, Kira. Appreciate you so much. Who says, do you think that minors under 15 should have access to birth control? If you believe forced abortion, are you against them getting birth control? There are many 13-year-olds having sex with each other, unfortunately. Yeah, birth control for minors, please. 110%. 110%. Anybody who disagrees with birth controls for minors is fucking stupid. Thank you as well, Jade, for the $15, who says, been watching your debates for around a year and a half now. Keep on going. You're clocking and cooking them. Keep on doing it. I appreciate you for the love, Jade. Thank you for the $15. That's kind of you. Show some love to Jade down below. Thank you as well, Lana, for the $10. I appreciate you for the love. And Tina, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Let's get 1,000 Tina W's down below. Tina with the $100 says, for your security fund, keep on doing what you're doing and stay safe. I love watching your lives. It gives me hope for a future. From midwife Tina. Tina, thank you so much for the love and support. I really do appreciate you. That is very kind of you. Show some love to Tina down below in that chat, please, and thank you. Same thing to you, CD. Thank you for the $20. Who says, I want to debate you. CD, are you in the queue?
Like,
appreciate you for the 20. Same thing to Alyssa. One moment, Alyssa. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Exactly.
He's coming towards us.
Oh, Jack seems like they're underage. Thank you so much as well, Alyssa, for the $10, who says, keep on running your hands through your hair while you school these losers. Dude, my hands have been going through my hair all day long. It's just really fluffy today, and it keeps on getting in my eyes, and it's like really fucking annoying. I appreciate you as well. Let's see here. Kaylee for the $1. We're all cut up on Venmo. Appreciate y'all for the love. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $5, Abigail. Thank you as well, Dylan, for the $20, who says, thank you for staying outspoken despite the threats. You're setting the precedent that bullying the left to silence them does not work. I think that your decision might be more impactful than most people realize. You know what? That is a really good point. I do think that my decision to continue to keep it going is one that could end up impacting a lot more than just myself. You are absolutely right. Rylan, thank you for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, day 2 in a row of donating. Don't forget to treat yourself too. You won't be able to protect your family if you're not protecting your own mental health. Good point, Rylan. Thank you for the $20. That is very kind of you. Same thing to you, Margaret. Thank you for the $20, who says Kyle Kalinske did a segment on his show about your false allegations. Not sure if you knew that. I did not know that. Can you link me the video? Jasmine, thank you so much for the $25, who says, hey, Dean, I've been watching your streams every day for a couple months. I'm so sorry to hear what's been happening to you. I appreciate you, Jasmine. Thank you for the $25. Once again, all the donations today and in the foreseeable future will be going into funding the security of me and my girlfriend. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Right,
Big
hello,
signals. Hello, do
I
you
want to
support
ask you a question, and do I support Trump? Sorta. I'm going to do a question about immigration, okay?
How old are you?
So, we know I am 18, born 2008.
What month?
So I want to ask you this question, okay?
What month were you born in?
July.
I don't know. There's like either like you're talking to me from Mars, or you're lying about your age. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest connected. I appreciate you so much, Tara, for the gold mine. I appreciate you. People in the chat saying that they're confused. No, like he's talking from Mars in the sense that there's a major delay on the audio. That's what I meant. Have you ever like watched like a broadcast of like people talking to astronauts on the moon, and there's like a 20-second delay because that's just how fast the radio waves transfer. Let's go to get the next guest, Ava, connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, it doesn't look like they're there. You know, today's stream has been kind of boring, and funny enough, I've been enjoying it. I guess I kind of wanted a boring day today. Oh, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Mike's not here. I invited Santana back up. Feel free to join if you want, man. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Chris. Welcome back in, Santana.
Hey, yeah, I didn't want to come back on the main because I don't know what the whole like other thing was about. So.
True. Yo, what's up, Chris? Can you disconnect us from Bluetooth?
Oh, sorry. Hang on. I'm not as tech savvy as you would think I am.
You're good.
Hold on. Give me just a second. I can do this.
Do you have an iPhone or an Android?
How's that?
Better.
10 out of 10. Welcome in, Chris. Do you support Trump?
There you go. Yes, I do support Trump. And
Oh,
you want
man.
to know why?
I do want to know why, yeah.
Well, he's the leader of the. You don't want to know my age and all that. I'm 55.
You're over 18.
I was born a hell of a long time ago. So he's the leader of the Republican Party. He's done some good things. I'm not saying everything he's done I agree with, but he's done some good. And you're gonna want to know what, and I'm gonna tell you. I know that he's there. You know, anytime you do something good, you're gonna have some bad to deal with. But for the most part, he's a little bit better than what we had. And Biden, Biden made some errors, made some mistakes. And one of the things that I'm enjoying about the presidency is that my investments seem to be doing pretty well. I have more money in my pocket. That is just pure and simple and honest. I do agree with his, kind of locking down the borders a little bit and giving them a chance to get everything under control, a little bit better. I'm not saying we need any more laws or any other stuff. They just need to have the opportunity to, and they're given the opportunity to work with the laws that we have as far as the border crossings and all that stuff goes. So anything there you want to pick fun at, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you said that you are better off because of him. I don't think you are, okay? I don't doubt that you're better off, but I do doubt that you're better off because of him, okay? Donald Trump has not made the economy better off, okay? The economic conditions in which you, labor under to generate an income and save money are worse off because of Trump. Your gas costs more, your groceries cost more, consumers are spending less, companies are starting to pay less on average in the sense that the growth rate of real median wages has gone down, the unemployment rate is higher, the GDP growth rate is lower, corporate profits are lower. So I don't really think that you're operating under more optimal economic conditions than you were under Biden, but you're probably just making more because of, some choice of your own, maybe you're working longer hours, maybe you're a business owner and that industry is picked up in your area. Maybe you got a promotion that's been well deserved. But
I'm doing the same job. We didn't get a raise the entire, we got a cost of living raise. I'm a truck driver right now. I'm retired from the oil and gas industry for 25 years, and I started driving a truck because I enjoy it. And so we didn't get a raise during the Biden administration at all. We got a cost of living adjustment.
But wouldn't your actual costs be higher due to additional fuel costs?
No, it don't cost me a damn thing to drive my truck. I drive for another company.
Right? No, the company.
I don't give a shit. I mean, they either hire me or the next guy hires me. I'm a truck driver.
You deliver loads.
Yeah.
So you're not for okay. I thought you worked.
I don't care what it costs them. I see it sometimes.
And so they pay you for the difference in the cost for the load.
I get paid my pay scheme is a little bit different. I get paid for loads for some loads and then mileage for others.
Okay.
So they pay me for my CDL license, not for.
Okay, I'd like to just ask you a question. There's about a billion different economic things that can cause an individual to get a raise or cause a company to pay their employees more. 9 out of 10 times these things are microscopic, meaning that it has something to do with the area that you work in or something to do for the company that you work for. Nothing to do with the federal government and the president. So here's a question that I'd like to ask to you. What has Trump done that has led to you getting a raise?
Well, I mean, so do I know the process of all that? No. But he is the president that's in there, and he was on television with about 6,000 truckers, and they were all rooting for him. And it just seemed like 6 weeks after that, I got a raise. So did I see Biden do that? No. Did Biden do anything to help with any of that kind of stuff? No. There really was no, we made a lot less money during that time, and we're making a lot more now. So who do I give it credit for?
Okay.
I'm not saying that it's Trump. I'm saying that the Republican Party just seems like during those eras, in a historical sense, have always produced.
That's just factually wrong.
Well, no, it's not. I can dig into the computer and stuff if I needed to get all these facts and all these little things. But the Democratic Party has always been against stuff like drilling. Okay, they don't like to drill. They don't like to frack. They always talk about that.
That's a misnomer. That's not true.
Well,
Biden drilled more than any other president in the United States history, including what
my brother and family members are all in the oil and gas industry. We're not looking at some computer screen and somebody else's opinion. We know firsthand whether or not it's happening.
Wait, we shouldn't listen to EAP and the actual information that's being reported?
I'm talking about what goes into my pocket, not what goes onto my computer screen. You don't know what.
I'm gonna make a quick argument here. Real median wage growth is down. People made more money at faster rates under Biden compared to what they're making today under Trump. Because real median wage growth is down across the country, you are an outlier. Because you're an outlier, you are not the direct beneficiary of the policy from the Trump administration. Maybe you would have made more money if Donald Trump wasn't president, but due to the data surrounding real median wage growth across the country, you're definitely not making more money because Trump is president.
There is no way that math is wrong. What goes into my account is more now than it was when it was during the other. Man, I'm talking about me.
No,
you're talking about people in general. Somebody in fucking New York. I'm talking about me.
Well, listen.
More money's in my pocket than it was during the Biden administration.
Let me find another way to.
Point blank, dude. And I'm not a liar. I'm just telling you what math is.
I'm not calling you a liar because you're saying you're getting paid more money. I believe you, but what I am telling you is that, on average, people aren't getting paid more money. Across the country as a whole, and even within your respective industry of trucking. Okay? So the reasons why you must be getting paid more money probably are not because of macroeconomic indicators. Because if it was because of macroeconomic indicators, then the average trucker would also be making more money.
The only thing that, and Dean's absolutely right. There's nothing, when you look at the economy, there's no good reason why you should, on average, be making more money. And even with the industry that you're in, I mean, I used to be in that industry, working in supply chain, right? So I understand how it actually functions. There's no reason or rhyme that you should be making more money because the government didn't do anything. So the only thing that it could be is something that you're doing specifically. So you attributing that towards
it's not me specifically. It's 612 different drivers got a raise. It's not something that I'm doing specifically.
Right. So it has to be you said you don't work for a company. You said you just take loads.
No, I said I work for a company. Yes, I do. I work for a company. It's got 612 drivers. We all got the raise. But I mean, so
then it just has to do with your company. Listen, maybe the company that you work for has just started to do a lot better. Okay, Donald Trump has been bad for all industries. Donald Trump has been bad for the trucking industry, on average. This doesn't mean that there won't be outliers in all industries or even the trucking industry that don't do better. Okay.
Well,
once again, Well, the reason why we know that this is specific to your company or your region is because on average across the country, trucker wages are growing at a slower rate today than they were under Biden. The average trucker, okay, did not get a raise. That's what I'm trying to communicate to you.
The top three companies that are in competition for my CDL license to hire me, all three gave raises.
Okay.
So I don't know where they got the money from. Maybe they didn't get it from Biden. Maybe they didn't get it from Trump. Maybe they got it from Putin or something. I don't know. But okay, moving on, because we're going to beat this to death. And I
just want to call this out really quickly, Chris. FYI,
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the American Transportation Research Industry. They're actually the ones responsible for like tracking the different changes within the trucking industry year over year, and they've like did an examination of operational costs since Trump has been back in office, and they're saying that the actual cost per mile has increased, which has decreased the actual amount that truckers take home, right? The fuel costs increased; it rose by 4.2%, and then also the operational costs rose by 3.4%. So, like, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but if you're saying that you work for like a company, or especially a mid-size, or even like one of the major companies like Penske or anything like that, there's nothing positive that's happened to the trucking industry since Trump has been in office.
Right. There's probably just something positive that has happened in the geographical location that you live. There's probably just something positive that has happened in the geographical location that you live in. Okay. Like that's why like discernment concerning, well, have you been impacted and can you attribute it to the presidency is important.
For that, then I can't blame him for a whole bunch of other stuff. So, all right. So
yeah, well, like we can't blame Trump for the highest level of unemployment in 100 years just because it happened under his presidency. That's a really good example. Yeah, in the same way that unless you could explain what Trump did to cause your raise, you can't blame Trump for your raise. I can't blame Donald Trump for the 14.8% level of unemployment we had in April of 2019 unless I could justify and explain what he did to cause that, which I can. It was caused by the pandemic.
And that you can't say that Trump caused the pandemic. I mean, come on, that ain't.
That's literally what I'm saying, Chris.
We had a doctor get up on the stand and took the Fifth Amendment 115 times. I mean, come on, he had more to do with it than me and you did.
I think that Dr. Fauci's an honorable man. Listen, do you want to talk about anything else before I end my stream, Chris? Any other points that you wanted to bring up?
I wanted to talk to you about the one thing that you bring up a whole lot. I'm not in all the stuff that you're going through, and man, I don't wish that on nobody. Hey, just hang in there, whatever you got to do to fight through it. But what I wanted to say is, you bring up this thing that Trump was accused of, and then he went to court for in a civil court, rape, whatever you say. I want to know why that woman took him to court. You just asked me. Answer my question. Why did she take him to court?
Because she spoke out about what happened to her. He called her a crazy liar, and she said, "You want to bet? I'll sue you for defamation and rape."
She said, "Hold my beer," and she proved it.
All right. So did she get paid?
Yeah, $5 million so far, another $82 million on the way.
And Trump tried to fight it multiple times, and the judges said, "Nope, you have to pay her."
I wouldn't. You don't want to give up. But what he did, he didn't.
Is that me or is that him?
That's him. Hey, Chris, sorry, you're going through an area where apparently I'm gonna have to drop him. Chris, you're apparently.
I'm right here.
Oh. Chris, you're going through an area where there was a lot of lag. Unfortunately, me nor the stream were able to hear you, man. Appreciate you for joining up, though. Folks, I'm tired. Barda, I appreciate you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Says, boring and obvious legally is basically what courts call arbitrary and capricious. True. Appreciate you for the $20. Courtney, thank you for the $10 who says, stay safe, Dean. Also, when do you think that you and Parker will do a TikTok battle again? We haven't done one of those in ages. Maybe we should do one soon, just because I've seen a lot of people asking for it. And Delusion, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars, who says, Dean, I just confessed to my crush while watching you, and you gave me good luck. Thank you. I'm crying. Hope it went well.
Hey.
Alrighty. Satan, it sounded like you were in the middle of saying something there.
Yeah, no, For all the people that sent donations, check your actual messages. I've been directly replying. The only one that I didn't get to was dang it, there was someone who sent 5. Parker Peters. Yeah, thank you for the 5. I was just going to say, like, you should really consider. I know how committed you are, and you do this day in, day out. But maybe like a weekend getaway, like to unplug.
I probably should. I probably
really should.
Well, I mean, my birthday's coming up. My birthday's in 9 days. Maybe I'll take my birthday off, or maybe I won't. I don't know. I guess we'll
like
see.
at the very least, a weekend, maybe somewhere warm before the fall starts to roll around. Go get a massage. Something, I don't know, but like. You should probably decompress just a little bit.
Well, I appreciate you for the advice, Antenna.
Yeah,
I appreciate
absolutely.
you.
All right. See you, bro.
Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your night, I should say. No, W advice, probably need to do that. A lot been going on recently. It's been a killer. Folks, that is going to be it from me for the night. I really do appreciate absolutely everyone who showed up, and thank you for being here as always. On your way out, make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok. Make sure to drop a sub on YouTube. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.